Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the SCDC 2020 Flash Symposium. We'll hand on to the two organizers, Yasmin Abbas and DK Oseo Asare, who are the SCDC affiliates in charge of organizing the symposium this year. So Yasmin and DK, please go ahead.
Well, thank you, Jose, for introducing us. It's your turn actually to welcome to introduce the SCDC Symposium this year. We have Patricia Kutcher, Dean of the Director of the Stockman School, Merdad Hadiji, Head of the Program of the Architecture School. We have you, Jose, Director of the SCDC Program, and Sven, which is Head of SETAP, the Engineering Design Program at Penn State. And all four of us will introduce the day.
So I'll just jump in and start us off. Does that make sense, Yasmin?
Fantastic, thank you.
All righty, okay. Good morning, everyone, and welcome. My name is Patricia Cooker, and I'm the Director of the Stockman School for Architecture, Landscape Architecture, and Graphic Design. And so I'm just going to jump in and kick us off. The symposium is jointly sponsored by the SCDC and the Stockman School and SETAP in the School of Engineering. So let us first consider that design is the foundation of all human practice. The problem-solving activity of design is the factor that distinguishes humans from pre-humans and has been part of every human culture and civilization. The idea of design as a way of thinking has its origins in Herbert Simon's 1969 book, The Sciences of the Artificial. Simon noted that design can be thought of as the process of transforming existing conditions into preferred ones. With this perspective, design thinking is a process aimed at creating a preferred outcome through a structured process. From 1949 to 2001, Herbert Simon was a faculty at Carnegie Mellon, the academic home of one of today's speakers. In 1949, Simon was a professor of administration, like a degree program that we don't have anymore, and chairman of the Department of Industrial Management. And this is really kind of important. Simon later taught psychology, really cognitive psychology, which is an emerging discipline focused on human learning. And in addition, Simon was on the leading edge of the developing discipline of computer science. Professor Simon's main interests in computer science were in artificial intelligence, that is the human-computer interaction, driven by the principles of human thinking, which he was learning through cognitive psychology, or which he was developing, discussing, and organizational structures on the one hand, which were coming out of industrial management, and machines as information processing systems on the other. So you see this really interesting sort of complex of disciplines. In the 1980s, design thinking reached popular culture by the introduction of Tim Brown, CEO at IDEO. Brown defines design thinking in this manner. Design thinking is a human-centered approach to innovation that draws from the designer's toolkit to integrate the needs of people, the possibilities of technology, and the requirements of business success. For IDEO, the process of design thinking could be taught. And as a process, design thinking revolved around a cycle of 4 steps that are likely known to all of you. And contrary to popular belief, this process does not require 3M Post-it notes in a vast array of neon colors. So the 4 steps: the practice of empathy, or the ability to empathize, to recognize the human condition, is in the center of the problem-solving process. Define the problem. Ideate, brainstorm to reveal relationships and proto-solutions, and then prototype a solution. And then number 4, test your solution, likely fail and repeat. In this manner, designers don't think their way forward. They build their way forward. From the introduction of IDEO's design thinking process, design thinking has expanded our focus from simply designing an artifact, in our case, a building, a landscape, or a printed artifact, to include designing ways to critically solve ill-defined and wicked problems that are rife with social, ethical, and moral dilemmas. Okay, so with this context in mind, it's my pleasure to warmly welcome all of you and our guests today, what will surely be a lively symposium on design thinking. So I'd now like to turn over the proverbial mic to, and I'm not sure who the next person is on your list, Yasmin, please tell me.
It's Mehrdad.
Okay, so it's my pleasure then to introduce Professor Mehrdad Hadiji, who is the department head for architecture in the Stookman School.
Thank you, Patricia. Thanks, everybody. Welcome, warm welcome, especially to our speakers and guests for today, and also to all the audience. So this is an annual event, the Flash Symposium. This year, of course, it's sponsored by SCDC, but also SETAP, School of Engineering Design, in the College of Engineering. So it's actually a cross-cultural and cross-college event. So just as a way of sharing with you some of my thoughts about the symposium, reading the very brief description that was sent around, in fact, initially caused me to think of grammatical conditions which were weird in the text, and eventually I recognized that in fact there's a whole new angle of examining design in this particular symposium, which was, I have to say, truly enlightening for me. And I'll just share that with you very quickly. So we know that in my discipline, if we could consider architecture within the design disciplines, there's been philosophy of thinking in architecture, if you could say design thinking, at least since Plato and before. And people have expanded that to aesthetics, have written 800-page books on philosophy of aesthetics. And really, as Patricia just mentioned, in the 20th century, ways of thinking about design have come about, which on their own are quite complex because they involve not only design, but they involve wider fields of aesthetics and problem solving and so on. And the twist that the symposium has put on the table, which as I said was a kind of a light bulb moment for me, was to actually design, so using design as a verb, thinking. So we're designing how to think. This was really a kind of an interesting turn and a wordplay, which I found really fascinating. It was something I was not thinking about, already complex. So this added to the complexity of the topic. So fabulous. Thank you everybody for engaging this, and warm welcome from me and the Department of Architecture. Looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Jose and Sven, if you'd like to.
So I would let Sven go first as a good host.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. And thank you for extending the invitation to SEDTAP to jointly sponsor this. I think this invitation comes in recognition really of the relationship that we've been building over many years now in collaboration between the College of Engineering and the College of Arts and Architecture, but more specifically between SEDTAP, which is the School of Engineering, Design, Technology, Professional Programs, and Architecture up in Arts and Architecture. Just to give you an example of the kinds of things that we've been doing, we have established several joint courses. Some of them are sort of single semester courses where we've been exploring things like, well, you know, what does studio mean in an architecture environment versus what does it mean in an engineering environment, and using similar terminology but meaning slightly different things. That's interesting. We participated in sort of a massive prototyping course recently on campus. We've had joint courses in World Studios that Jose has run, including sending some of our students abroad to participate in the information gathering stages. We've proposed courses in the use of augmented and virtual reality in the design process. And currently we're running a course on concrete printing, so jointly between the two colleges. As of relevance to this specific design thinking flash symposium, design thinking and making is a course that we have recently gotten approved in the College of Engineering that will become the gateway course to a proposed engineering design minor and a revamp of our engineering design certificate. So that's the importance that we place on design thinking, that we're viewing that as the gateway course into those two things. That course will only be successful if we're able to reach out and get people, not just from engineering majors, but from majors across the university, including, of course, arts and architecture. So we're really looking forward to that. Some of the joint courses, which is, I think, where some of our initial collaborations started, that's led to joint research in areas like the 3D printed concrete. And so later on, if you want to find out more about that, please go to the Gather Town that's been set up at the end of the day, the poster session. There'll be more there. Other things have included things like the use of augmented reality for robot manipulation, things like that we've done. And then, of course, that's extended even more now into some of the joint hires that we've had. I think DK Asio Asare is our first formal cross-college hire between SEDTAP and architecture, and focused on design with humanitarian materials. Yasmin Abbas is also one of the joint faculty. And then we've been reaching out and appointing people as affiliate faculty, including Jose Pinto Duarte. And he has also reached out, and several of our faculty in engineering design are affiliates in the Stuckman Center for Design Computing, including myself, Chris McComb, and Nick Meisel. So this really fits well with my adage that I've always said, is that innovation happens at the interfaces of disciplines. And so we're really getting these different disciplines together. And I think we're doing a lot of really, really innovative work. And I look forward to continuing our collaborations and continuing to grow them because I think they're so incredibly valuable. So with that, thanks again for inviting SEDTAP to be part of this Flash Symposium this year. I really look forward to all of the different ways to design our thinking.
Thank you, Sven. I will now say a few words about SCDC. So SCDC is a Stuckman Center for Design Computing, and it was created following an endowment donated by the Stuckman family with the mission to support the integration of digital technologies in the Stuckman School and at Penn State at large. The center's main goal is to be a hub for research in the design computing field, understood from a broad perspective. So the focus is not on technology, but on strategically deploying technology to address contemporary societal issues. In this regard, the activity of the center is linked to the mission of the school and the college. It supports the nurturing of future architects, landscape architects, and graphic designers, first by empowering them with cutting-edge computing technology, and then by enabling them to contribute to the advance of such technology. So the center has a strong commitment to contribute to the achievement of the social and environmental good and aligns its goals with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. So the activity is transversal to the 4 research focus areas around which graduate education research at the Stuckman School is organized: design computing, material matters, sustainability, and culture, society, and space. And it seeks collaboration not just with people in the different units at the school, architecture, landscape architecture, and graphic design, but also beyond the school, like this collaboration with SEDTAP that we initiated several years ago. So design computing identifies critical knowledge and advanced skills in the use of digital technologies in architecture, landscape architecture, and graphic design. So projects can explore contemporary discourse in digital media and design and investigate how design computing can be productively utilized in sustainable design, interdisciplinary collaboration, and fabrication. So the symposium, it's one of SCDC's main events. It happens every year with two goals. One is to bring in speakers from outside Penn State to talk about a topic that is considered relevant for the activity of the center. The second goal is to showcase the research being developed at the center. So we have, in the symposium, two main events. One is the conference, where speakers that we have invited will talk about the topic of the year, and then it's the open house, which is the poster session, where SCDC researchers and SCDC affiliated researchers will showcase the research they have developed in the past year. So the symposium evolves around the topic. Last year, it was virtual reality, and we had a faculty from graphic design in charge of our organization. And next year, the topic would be ethics and technology. But this year, as already been mentioned several times, the topic is design thinking. So design thinking is crucial. It's a hot topic these days. The ownership of the topic has been disputed many times between designers, engineers, and other people. But I think what's important to note is knowledge has no boundaries. And it's when we cross those boundaries and unite knowledge that you can make significant contributions. And that's the hope that we have at the SCDC. So I will let Yasmin now introduce all of our speakers and start the symposium. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jose. Thank you very much, everyone, for this very warm welcome and really interesting introduction to the history of the school, from the history of the school to the discussion about design thinking and the collaboration. Actually, you said everything I wanted to say. We speak a lot about design thinking, and at the university, the first time I came in, I was discussing with a number of people from art, engineering design, architecture, landscape architecture to discuss about design thinking. And there is definitely a lot of way to design, right? And that's also the reason why we chose to use design as a verb, because GK and I and most of you, we trust that everything we design, from things to buildings to systems to interactions, augments the environment in which we live. And in fact, these places that we create and these things that we create in a feedback loop and in a very dynamic manner affect the way we think and the way we design. So if we as designers want to affect or be aware of the place we are creating, we need to reach across, seek transdisciplinary seek that transdisciplinarity to design together in a more comprehensive way to shape the world that we want to design. Our world needs repair, and we need a transdisciplinary approach to do so. I'm very honored to welcome today academics and practitioners, architects, engineers, interaction and experience designers to spark this conversation on designing thinking. And if no one owns design, the design of thoughts, how best can we take part in designing thinking? What do we need to consider? What third space must we find to bring change and enchant, or rather doom, Zoom and gloomy days. Right, that was the few words I had prepared to introduce the speakers. I'll let DK introduce the speakers. Are you ready, DK?
Sure. Good morning, everyone. I'll also welcome you all here to our event virtually. I guess I'll just very briefly introduce our first three speakers. So today is really going to be a conversation that we see unfolding across the lineup of speakers that we have prepared into the afternoon. And we're really hoping that this is a true beginning of a sort of much longer conversation, which I think we can continue throughout today and even into the future. So our first conversation this morning is going to be kicked off by Professor Elise Newman, who is director of the Institute for Intelligent Materials, Systems, and Environments at Clemson University, where I believe she's also the associate, head of, director of research also at the school, and is really a sort of worldwide sort of leader in understanding in the contemporary moment, or rethinking and understanding what we can mean by cartography and mapping, all the way from sort of materials to very large and complex systems. So we're very excited to hear from her this morning. Following her will be Dan Lockton, who is director of the Imaginaries Lab at Carnegie Mellon University, who is actually joining us, I believe, from sort of social distancing mode in London. So we're super excited that we can sort of beam you into this conversation. Dan is somebody who's been very active for many years across multiple disciplines, but very much engaging questions around how do we understand the future enough to design it. So we're excited to sort of hear from some of the methods and process that he'll share with us today. And then the third speaker in our first session is Aradhana Goel, who is I guess currently experienced design executive and lead research and design at Bayer in pharmaceuticals. She has really extensive experience of actually applying design thinking in industry, starting out for I think over a decade at IDEO, and working through a number of different sectors. And so we're very excited to hear from her as well, to hear sort of maybe in a way we could say applied theory, but what does this all mean when you understand design thinking as a way of life? So I think I'll sort of stop there, I guess, with this first session, and we'll sort of introduce some of the sort of follow-up speakers as we go along. I would also just remind everyone, so since this is going to be conducted in webinar mode, you won't be able to see everyone, I guess. You'll be able to see the speakers, but we still very much want to make this a conversation. So you can send us questions through, there's a Q&A button that if you click it down on the bottom of your Zoom window, it's more or less like chat, but if you send us questions in real time, so you don't forget them, that's super great. We can bank them, and then we'll try and sort of loop those in. We will most likely, we'll have time for at least 1 or 2 questions between speakers. So our sort of provisional plan is somewhere between 20-25 minutes for each speaker, and then we'll try and grab 5 minutes or so to fold in a couple questions before we move on to the next speaker. So you can also obviously keep using chat. It's cool that we can find ways to connect through this virtual space, but it will help if you have a formal question that you want to ask a particular speaker. If you ask it in the Q&A, that would be very helpful. I guess we should also remind everyone, oh, you can mention it, Yasmina, recording?
Yes, I was just making sure that everyone knows that this is a session that is recorded. It only records the person who speaks. So if you do not want to be recorded, do not speak. Just make sure that, so you're aware of that, it's recorded. All right, I wanted to say that, and very quickly, I meant to say that I want to thank very much Pamela Wertz, Brian Reed, Scarlett Miller, Jamie Beers, Akash for really helping. They've been tremendous. So thank you so much for doing that. All right, we'll start the morning session. Thank you very much.
Wait, can we, before we, because Yasmin, we have like 4 minutes. So I was just going to say, maybe we can just take like 1 minute and people just like stretch a little bit. I'm going to be the person who's reminding everyone that we're going to be on Zoom for a long time today, but we're still human beings and we're not yet completely melded with our machines. So you can take 30 seconds, a minute, just sort of, you know, make sure that you stay alive, grab a glass of water or coffee. And I also wanted to make one more pitch in terms of moving around. And also, particularly, we felt like, given the topic of this particular symposium, which is around modes and ways of thinking, that we really also wanted to make sure that we had an opportunity a bit more in line with how these flash symposia typically are, which is a sort of hypercharged, super intense, very active day where you have really a full dose of energy. So that is to say that definitely do your best to pop in the poster sessions this afternoon. I'm going to keep pitching this as we go along and maybe give you guys a live preview later if you're not familiar with GatherTown, because that will also be a chance where you'll be able to walk around in virtual space and talk to people sort of like in real life, and also ask some of the panelists potentially questions, as well as other people in this sort of whole community. So that's just a reminder that we want this to be very much a dialogue, and you're not just sort of here to be listening or receiving information. Jasmine, we can start now if you want to kick off the session.
Yes, thank you. Elise, please take the stage.
Great. Okay, so I've unmuted. And if you just bear with me, let me do a little start screen. And I think we should be good. I am sharing. I'm using Keynote. So I hope everyone's now on my screen. Yes, Yasmin? Just
yes, it does work for me. I believe it works for everyone.
Okay, we are good. So good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for inviting me. I'm very happy and thrilled to be part of this event. I've known Yasmin and DK for quite some time, and I was so excited to see them joining your faculty and succeeding in the way they have. And I think that it's just obviously a very rich intellectual and design environment if it's hosting these kinds of events. So thank you very much for having me. I really appreciate it. I thought today, I really liked the prompt that they set up in terms of design thinking, right? The actual idea that you could design thinking. So I thought maybe I would spend time looking a little bit about this issue of thinking. And specifically, I'm going to introduce the idea of cartographical thinking, which is a particular modality of thinking, in fact. So I want to really, I'm just going to kind of jump off and into it. And I think it will make sense as we go along, because it's one of those things that you just kind of have to let this wash over you. And eventually it starts to kind of solidify. And I say that because I think that's very much the way I've structured this talk today, a little bit more free-flowing than I might usually, but I really want to tease out some of a delicate relationship between a mode of thinking and a way of thinking about thinking, and then how that also might help us construct new ways of thinking, basically, in design. Okay, so mapping is a modality of thinking and making. There are a couple ways that human beings, in a sense, communicate, which is to say, represent something to each other. One of them is certainly text, right? Text, words, language, in that way. But the other one, which is coevalent, it turns out that the idea of mapping apparently shows up, you know, even in the caves of Lascaux, right, as a kind kind of directionality, giving someone a set of directions and a place to go, or documenting or representing something about place is one of our primary modalities. And you've all experienced, I know, the cognitive map, which is to say somebody says, where do you live? And you say, oh, here, and you draw a line on a piece of paper and you say, go to this and then turn right. And you sort of diagram or draw out what it is that you're trying to convey. You've just made a map, basically, and you've communicated in a particular modality. So the question about what that modality is, right, it is a combination of making, because it involves a representation. It involves actually constructing as you do. So one of those things is that it's always geographical. It's kind of funny, right? In other words, I'm actually required to understand my placeness in the world in order to engage in this modality. Everything is up over there from even the very beginning of descriptions of beginnings often engage a placeness to them, right? In the beginning, there was this, essentially, and that thing appears someplace. That placeness part of it is really important. I mean, this line I've sort of drawn, you know, one of the ways you might start engaging with it is think, well, there's a top and a bottom. I mean, this is almost wired into our thinking. And you can see that appear with Descartes and the Cartesian map. I mean, the Cartesian grid is powerful, in fact, because it begins to help us understand how to describe placeness, basically. So the geographical imagination links the social and technological to the world as a kind of exhibition for us. That is, where our representations of the world act in place of unmediated seeing. So unmediated seeing is sort of you encountering the world in your everyday life. But mediated seeing is the moment in a sensation way. Let me be really straight. It's the sensations that are associated with that. The aestheticos, by the way, the aesthetics, which are sensations, the sensory perception of that. The minute you begin to cognate, the minute you begin to rationalize that, that rationale begins to be a form of mediation. So I'm really trying to get at a very tease out at a very basic level, the procedure for thinking, and then for understanding how that thinking becomes spatialized through a kind of geographical imagination. In that sense, mapping itself is a collective set of practices that structure that, right? So mapping, and this is where it's a slightly broader definition than map making. Mapping as a procedure, as a modality, actually does structure that correspondence between the physical phenomenon, our lived experience, or conceptual frameworks, right? I'm adding order to it. I'm taking away things, deleting, supplementing, scaling. I'm changing it in order to be able to understand it. So let's say I wanted to make a mapping of all the people present today. I might start by saying, well, I want to make a very simple map that describes it into, you know, all people wearing white shirts, all people wearing white shirts who aren't wearing glasses, all people wearing black, right? So black shirts, black clothes. Do you understand, right? I'm beginning already to impose a kind of order. I'm differentiating, and in that differentiating, I'm actually mapping. Maps are always an approximation of reality. They don't actually describe reality. The easiest way to imagine this one is to picture the shore. Picture a seashore, basically. Picture the map of a seashore. All of a sudden you get the topographic lines, right? You might have some kind of texture that's added to that, so on and so forth. But really, you're not really mapping exactly the seashore, right? The water line is constantly shifting. The ebb and flow are not captured in a static representation of that. even a moving representation of that, and I have a friend who works on this, can be very, very complex, right? To understand wave motion, turns out that mapping that in any way that can be measured and therefore utilitarian, instrumentalized, is really, really difficult. So mapping is always an approximation of reality. And here, to show you at the level of the kind of cosmological map or world map in this case, we always have the problem of this. We live on a three-dimensional geo, the three-dimensional Earth, but we have to translate that into two-dimensional world in order to map it, right? In order to explain it. You're always sacrificing something, clearly, to go from 3D to 2D when the object that you're mapping, right, itself is 3D. So here, typical sort of setup for mapping that 3D condition is to imagine that there's a source of light, usually from the inside of the globe. You've wrapped a piece of paper around it, a plane, essentially, and then you're going to project that light out, and the registration of that light on the plane, which you see unfolded here, is actually going to be the basic structure or projection of the globe itself. That graticule, by the way, which is the longitude, latitude, super helpful. Really, really helpful for doing this. Again, we've imposed a kind of order on that, basically. So maps always begin with an observation of thought about thinking and the object of the thought itself. That means that I have the object in mind, but I also have to kind of think about how I'm going to think about it. So let's go back to the globe, right? Picture a globe. Now picture the globe with longitude and latitude. Once you've sort of started down that line, it's really hard to reverse course and go back to just globe. That imposition of that grid has automatically already positioned a whole set of relationships relative to each other. So that thought about thinking is the sort of object, the way in which you're structuring that thought about the object really matters. Okay, mapping can also be a phenomenon of perception, meaning that not only does it operate at the kind of rational level of higher cognitive thinking, but it can also engage with our perceptions, which are more qualitative, right? Our perceptions are our emotional responses to things. Mapping can also engage that, right? So quanta or qualia about a place, basically, or an idea. There are kind of 4 conditions of representation that I'm going to introduce. This will make, all of this will be a little bit easier or a little bit more clear once I kind of introduce and show you what I'm talking about with the map. But the first is the world as picture, which is the same as image, which is malleable and makeable. In other words, I'm going to make that into what I want it to. My cartographical thinking is going to structure that in the way that I want to structure it as the map maker. Second, the image world is framed. It's always framed in some way, and the view determines the limits and inclusions. Third, objects stand, remember in geographical space, they're typically going to stand in continual reference to a horizon. Now that could be an event horizon, by the way, so it doesn't necessarily mean literal, it could be temporal, basically. So things that happen in the past, things that happen in the present, and things that happen in the future. We tend as much to spatialize with things, we tend to temporalize them. And of course, with relativity, we all recognize that as relative. It wasn't before then. And then fourth, we tend to be the source of our representations. A friend once told me, and it made me laugh the minute I sort of stopped me in mid-thought. He said, well, you know, I was telling him a dream, and he said, you know, you are everybody in your dreams. And I was like, what? And then I thought, yeah, that's right. It's my head that's occurring. I don't think people have visited from outside. So actually, it's the same thing. Human beings are always the source of the representation. Okay, the easiest way to sort of dive into this idea is to understand them. And since we are all tend to be more visual beings when we're engaged in the issue of design, because design engages a number of aspects of visuality that are important, or all of our senses, I should say, not just visuality. But unmapping helps to understand this. So here's an unmapping done by one of my students. Marais Étienne-Jules Marais is a very famous scientist, in fact, who was looking at the issue of caloric use for the body. So he devised a way to image that movement, and he devised a way to image that movement as a continuous process, right? So what you're seeing at the top here is Marais. This is the original Marais mapping, in this case of someone, you know, sort of catapulting themselves off of a box, landing, and then continuing forward. These were done in the late 1880s, 1890s, and they informed clearly, there's a kind of dialogue between this and Duchamp and any of the Italian rationalists who are looking at sort of movement, right? A lot of artists who are looking at movement, but it was also true in the sciences, by the way. The idea of kineticism, the idea of being able to describe or capture the dynamic quality of movement, right? This kind of trace of the movement so you could measure it in some way. So Marais maps it this way. My student then unmaps this. The unmapping actually reveals some of the contents of the map in a new way. So he's taken the Marais map here at the top, then he's treated each aspect of that map. It's the kind of embedded content in the map, and he's recalibrated it. So he's used this idea of a kind of head, neck measuring device, right, that he's gotten from the image of the map, and then he's gone back and he's sort of calibrated everything about the map in order to try and understand. In fact, he was looking at the frames per minute that were being used in the device, the camera device that Marais was using to capture the initial data. What he does discover in that process is, A, that it's not exactly as continuous in terms of the data stream as one might think, that there are actually some breaks in that data. There's some inconsistencies. The frames per rate were not exactly the same. You can see that for each gap, each moment, that the accuracy, or in effect, yeah, the accuracy, meaning the relative relationship between people, quanta and the map changes, there's a kind of larger and larger gap in the data. And that's what you're seeing down below with the calculated position versus the observable one, calculated time, so on and so forth. Okay. What that means is that there's a physical space, a computational space, and a modeling space. Mapping has to be aware. You have to be aware when you're mapping of which space you're engaging. You have to understand that you are structuring all of the relationships in the mapping procedure through some lens that will have to do with either a computational space or a modeling space question, right? Or that you're trying, as Marais was, to use a camera, which is a structuring instrument, by the way, kind of instrumentation, to structure those relationships, right, in some way, in a representation that we can understand. What I'm trying to get you to see is that everything in the map is a kind of construction or a representation of a milieu, right? And that you actually control those relationships. So actually, the complexity of the map is not its legibility, right? It's not whether or not it's clear about reality. In fact, it's intentionally unclear about reality. It's productively unclear about reality. This is what's fascinating for me about it. The map implies or infers spatial relations and organizations projected into the world. It's in fact, it's not about its exactitude that we really use, that it becomes utilitarian. It's in fact quite the opposite. All right. So let me show you another unmapping. This one may be funnier, but actually equally as poignant in many ways. This is one that my students always do. They're asked to deal with Disneyland. So here's a map of Disneyland presented to you in a fairly innocuous and neutral way as a map, basically, of the place that you kind of, you know, the map for tourists. Here's an unmapping of Disneyland done by one of my students. Now what she's done is treated that experiential portion of the map, which is to say what's implied in the map that the Disney tourist map gives you, what's implied in that map. She's remapped it now as an infinite number of possible experiences as you would kind of reorganize your experience walking through the actual grounds of the map. So she's used the Rubik's Cube as a representation of that structure, right? So she's mapping one category, the experience, onto another category, which is this device, in fact, that sets up a kind of potential set of relationships, ultimately infinite set of relationships possible in Disneyland. Another map, same base map, Disneyland, now projected as a kind of dystopia, right? What if the world became Disneyland? What if this idea of mass consumption is simply our view of the world as the horizon, right? It disappears into the infinite horizon. Again, a kind of provocation that is developed out of a way of thinking through the problem, right, cartographically. So now she's designed a world for you based on the contents of a previous world, which was the Disney map. She's designed now a dystopic world for you to engage in, right? She's projected a new world. Design in this way is always the projection of a new world. Everything, right, that one designs, in effect, is a projection of a possible world. The question is how you're managing, right, that simulation. So it turns out, and it's a wonderful statement by Baudrillard, that the territory no longer precedes the map, nor does it survive it, by the way, in our modern world in which data and physical information, the physical world and data are interchangeable. The map precedes the territory and it engenders the territory, right? The map is actually what we're using to project the worlds that we want to live in. Okay, let's look at a mapping, a really easy one to understand how this works. Here is basically a mapping done by Peter Eisenman, in which he's played with the notion of the isometric projection. He's actually built a model in isometric, which is the way that architects represent the world to themselves often. So here's the isometric world that we draw, actually now projected back into a 3D model. And here's Zaha Hadid, who uses a very similar kind of drawing procedure to construct architecture. She's basically using anamorphosis as a kind of structuring device in a drawing that then ends up resulting in a building which is actually an anamorphic building, meaning that it's been stretched to the limits of its perspectival capabilities as a drawing and then simply built. All right, another example of world making in the same procedure. Think about Zaha and think about the map that I'm going to show you. All right, this is the Mercator projection. You should all know this map. This is the most familiar map, oft-used map in the Western world in particular, by the way, to represent the world to us. So this map, which is a projection, remember we had to take that 3D object and make it a 2D representation. This map is the one that most of us imagine is the map of the world, right? When I think about the scale, the relationships, the position, this is the map that I tend to imagine. But this map is actually from, Hondius Mercator, who was a 16th century cartographer working in the Netherlands, who was more interested in making a map in which you could put a straight line down, right, into the ocean, basically, between the land masses, and you could find the shortest distance between 2 points. Remember, we've got that curvature that we have to deal with. The same thing is in place when you imagine flying from the United States to Europe or back. Let me just do a quick one, right? You're never flying straight. You're actually using what are called the great circles. So actually you're flying up and over, sometimes into the Antarctic, even depending on where you're going to get there, because the shortest distance, it turns out, is always to fly along one of the great circles, right? Not actually diagonal to them. So this is an issue in ocean travel. So they want to put down the straightest line. That's great, basically. And that's really useful for navigation in the sea, but it's actually not very useful for understanding, it turns out, landmass. By the way, the other thing to note about this representation is that about the middle of the map, which is the line I've drawn here, really privileges everything in kind of the Western hemisphere and not so much in the Southern, well, let me put in the Northern hemisphere, not so much in the Southern, basically, and really puts the focus in that relationship between the American continents, right, and the European ones. This is the Peters projection. This is just a different projection. Same globe, same world, right? But the Peters projection actually measures for not the ocean going stuff, but for area. So here I've drawn England basically at the top just to sort of give you a sense, as opposed to the sub-Saharan African continent. Yeah. What happens? What happens is this is more accurate for land area, not for distance in the ocean. Both maps are correct. However, the geographical imagination presented by this one is in stark contrast to the first one, right? And here I can actually show you where the middle of the map is. And all of a sudden, what was below the line in the previous map is smack dab in the middle. By the way, this one sort of makes a lot more sense in terms of the origin of species and where we might have originated, which is probably around the middle of the, right, in sub-Saharan Africa, than the previous one. However, what it does do, and you can really see when I overlay the two together, oh my God, nothing is where you thought it was, right? That map that you've been operating with to understand your position within the geographical, social, political, ideological structure of the world is in fact not really great for that. It does do some things that are quite advantageous for the Western hegemonic powers, right? Which is to place them more or less in the central position in the representation, and certainly makes their landmass look far more impressive than it is. I mean, it's really freaky when you realize that the Southern American continent is almost twice the size on the Peters projection as it is on the Mercator one. Yep. And remember, power is territory. Don't underestimate the role that landmass plays in the projection of power in our socio-political world. It's why we've had the Peters projection since about the 1920s, 30s, but it's not been adopted until very, very recently. In fact, UNESCO was the first organization to adopt it and to say, yes, we're going to start using it. Slowly but surely, other organizations have been doing it. But it was put before the UN early on, in fact, when it was still, even before it became formally the UN, as an option for the map that should be used, right, as a representation of the world. It was rejected because it doesn't make the current powers look as powerful as they should. Okay, so design mapping. It's easy to confuse models of reality with reality itself, which is just what I showed you, right? It's easy to confuse one world with another, the area map versus the distance between the ocean map. But designers work in the mental world of maps and mapping, where drawings, in fact, act as an infinite set of maps describing thoughts about thinking. Our drawings themselves are maps, right? Every drawing that you make is a map. The minute you erase something from the plan, you've erased that from the world effectively. The minute you add something new to it, you've added something back to the world. What does that mean? Well, okay, there's a moment that I love from Josiah Royce, who's not particularly well known, but it's this great statement that he made in 1899, so really early, in fact, even before Borges, who delves quite wonderfully into descriptions of maps. But he says, the map is kind of weird because why does it disturb us that a map can be included as a map right from a character in a book? What is that when you're in a movie and you're watching and suddenly someone's aware, the character in the movie turns and is sort of aware of the structure of the movie? It's kind of the same thing that Brecht noticed in theater. He says, I think I know why it freaks us out when we see fictional characters being reading something as readers or spectators. It says because we suddenly become potential fictions of ourselves. And I guess this is actually exactly what geographical imagination is. We are ultimately always a kind of fiction, right? We're always about to make the next world. We're always about to determine what are the qualities, qualia data in the next world. It's the same thing that Feyerabend noticed about method in the sciences. It's really a crazy idea to think that somehow I'm going to design a method and I'm going to produce a result from that method. It actually doesn't really work that way. What happens is you set off to understand something, and as you understand it, you begin to impose structures around it to make it more and more clear to yourself what it is that you're looking at, right? So you invent instruments and you invent a way to structure that relationship, to mediate between the thing that you want to see and the thing that you want to think about. Remember, it's thoughts about thinking. The thing that you want to think about, you have to invent that mediation. And in fact, this is exactly what happens in design as well, right? When we're trying to project something into the world, we have to, in fact, structure that relationship to both that thing and that thing to the world. And that structure is going to be set up by a set of rules that we ourselves, remember, we are the origin, you are everybody in your dreams, that we have established. It's not to say that there aren't things that one has their parameters to that. There are, in fact, parameters to that. But those parameters have a lot larger degree of porosity than one might imagine. So if I just sort of take all this away and say that the configuration of spatial orders, right, whatever they are and what a part of the discipline you're looking at, they also project our social imaginary of culture, right? And in this way, it's this that I think is probably what I want to leave you with, which I think is potentially the role that designers have who are interested in world making as an act of thinking, right? That making and thinking for them are linked in a very intimate way. I would suggest that those social imaginary, right, is the thing that we're actually structuring in the process of design. And it's that social imaginary that at this very moment in our social time, right, at this very moment in the existence of the world, it's that that's going to determine the next worlds we occupy. It's this that's going to determine the world and the worlds that we walk into next. And it's really critical because we're facing a moment where we have significant challenge to the one world that we all share, which is the planet. That is such a critical thing. How is this world that we imagine next? How are these worlds that we're going to collectively determine? How are those worlds going to treat the actual world that we live in, or on, I should say, for the moment? Okay, I'd like to leave it with that. Thank you so much.
Elise, thank you for such a wonderful, wonderful talk. It gives me a lot to think about, and I'm guessing it's giving a lot of people to think about. There was a question, but we already at 10:28 minutes. There was a question, I think, that would tie it very well with the presentation of the next two speakers. So I'll wait until after the presentation by Dan and Aradhna. The question, just for you to maybe to think about it, was how do you relate this word making, mapping as word making with road mapping and what we use in the business context and the industry context?
Okay. So. All right, I will hold on to the question. I wrote it down.
Thank you. All right, Dan, please, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. Right, I'm just going to share screen. Hopefully this works. Does that work? Everyone see that? Yeah? Okay.
Yes.
Yes,
thanks.
yes.
Thanks. So yeah, I mean, that was fascinating hearing Elise's talk, and particularly how you ended talking about kind of the sort of construction of social imaginaries through the maps that we make, I guess, in some way, right? So I'm going to talk about some things that are slightly similar, I suppose, in some ways, but maybe coming at it from a slightly different angle. So, I mean, this is quite a pretentious name for my talk: New Ways to Think, New Ways to Live, Imaginaries, Design and Futures. But so I should say I'm Dan Lockton. I'm an assistant professor at Carnegie Mellon at present. but I'm talking to you from London. So this is the view out of my window. So I've got a view of the sort of new development of the Battersea Power Station site, which, if any of you know, is a sort of famous landmark in London, something that took a long time to build from the sort of 1920s through to the 50s, a particular landmark power station that's now gradually, after sort of, you know, decades of being so many plans, right, so many imagined futures for it in one space, is gradually now being surrounded by luxury apartments and so on. But it's, you know, it's interesting, and so I see things like this every day. There's things saying, you know, own a home designed by Frank Gehry, alongside sort of hoardings exhorting me to, you know, live positive, live, right. This is the future. This is the world that we're moving into. So I don't know. It's an interesting sort of. It's interesting to see, I suppose, from the inside, and I guess this is what, you know, a lot of architects do all the time. But to see futures or visions of futures being created in situ, and sort of, you know, being able to like experience other people's views of what they imagine the future to be, I actually bring it into being. But yes, I work at Carnegie Mellon, which is in Pittsburgh. So I'm working remotely this semester. And before going to the US, I worked at the Royal College of Art in London. And I run, so what the Imaginaries Lab is basically we're a kind of small research group, or sort of design research studio, if it's only 3 of us at present, sort of mixture of current students and past students. And what we really try to do is we do research through design, which basically means we're using the methods that designers might use to create tools for sort of understanding things around how people understand, how do people think, how do they imagine, but also, you know, helping people understand in new ways, or imagine in new ways, and, you know, potentially helping people imagine new ways of living. And so there's a sort of kind of, you know, maybe it's a stretch of the idea, but I guess the point is sort of that the tools that designers might use around generating ideas, or sort of facilitating engagement with people, or prototyping things, or partially mapping things perhaps, can also be used as a way of doing research, right? We can learn about how people think about things. We can use those as a way to actually, you know, interrogate ideas, rather than solely trying to get to some sort of solution, although I will maybe come back to that. But Imaginaries, you know, as an idea, and I think the way probably that I'm using it is a stretch compared to what sociologists would how they would define it. But I mean, really, if you look at some of these big questions, like why is humanity finding it so difficult to do anything about the climate crisis, or systemic racism, or well, you know, why is society finding it so hard to take mental health seriously? Any of these kind of big issues, like why are we in some of these messes? And obviously there's lots of reasons, and it's extremely complex, right? But I think part of it, at least from my experience as a designer working in sort of these areas around like behavior change, and these approaches to trying to change people's behavior through design, a lot of these are focused on individual change, right? They've said, oh, well, if only we can persuade individual people to do something different, then, you know, eventually in aggregate that will solve things. But I think, honestly, we focused on that to the exclusion of systemic issues. We focused on it to the exclusion of power structures and actually interrogating them and dismantling them. And I feel that designers and design thinking have sort of been complicit in some of this, and that it's reduced a lot of things down to this sort of individual level of giving people a bit of feedback on what they're doing, or, you know, crafting a message that gets them to think slightly differently. It's part of it, but I don't think it's the whole thing. But at a broader scale, I would say that our narratives, or our sort of societal understandings of ourselves and the systems that we're in, have been limited by the enormity, or the complexity, or the invisibility of things. And I guess that's partly why, I mean, to, you know, follow on from Elise, like some of the, you know, the mapping aspects, you can't represent everything. The whole point is it's a model, it's a simplification. And so, you know, our sort of inability to deal with some of these things is partly because they're much bigger than ourselves, or much smaller, or, you know, out of our kind of, we can't comprehend it all at once. So I think to some extent we're trapped in particular understandings or ways of imagining how things could be. We kind of go with what seems to be the way to do stuff because it's what we've been taught, or it's what we see around us. And so, you know, there's obviously potential there to change that. That sounds extremely ambitious and sort of very vague, I guess. But a lot of it comes down to this. This is the Thomas theorem that's a sort of from social psychology a long time ago, right? So I'm not sure whether this is actually currently thought of. But this idea that if people define situations as real, they're real in their consequences. I think this is quite important, right? It might seem obvious, but if you look at stuff like, I don't know, conspiracies around 5G masts causing, spreading coronavirus, or, these sorts of things, in a sense, it doesn't matter whether those stories are true or not. If people act on the belief that they're true, or if that's their model of the situation, then the consequences are just as real as whether or not that was true. So, I mean, maybe that's obvious, but it seems like it's important to study those beliefs or those understandings, just as important in lots of ways as the sort of results of those beliefs. And so designers, work with this quite a lot, right? Whether we think of it in terms of people's mental models of systems, or, how do people think Alexa works, or how do people think the internet works, or how do people think Zoom works, or any of these things. Designers are always working with this, like trying to uncover people's mental models and then try and either change them or use them or build on them in some way. And, lots of people who've done more research on this specifically, like Lou Down, who used to be head of design for the UK government, basically, came to the conclusion that with a lot of people, when they don't know how a thing works, whether that's a product, whether it's government, whether it's, the tax system, or whether it's an interface or something, you make it up, right? People make up explanations. They want to understand how things work. And, sort of corollarily, I guess, we can only trust something if people believe they know how it works. So, for people to trust stuff, they make up a story, or they get a story from somewhere, whether that's from the media, whether that's from someone else, something's constructed, or perhaps from the maps they see maybe in different forms. So imaginaries in a sociological sense are, are slightly more, more complex than this, I guess. But the idea is that it's there's some they're almost like society level mental models of how things should be, how things can be. So, I don't know, something like the coronavirus, there are certain societal imaginaries of it, which, conflict with each other in some ways, but they're not just individual mental models. They're at a level that is much more influenced by, by the media, by other people, by kind of socially constructed understandings. So there's something around this idea of almost like public imagination. What does that, what does that mean? And if you look at things like, I don't know, if you search for what images, it's a Google image search for what AI looks like, right? AI is currently blue for some reason. It's made up of crash test dummies for some reason, standing in for some sort of android figure, brains replaced with printed circuit boards and so on. Now, you might think this is sort of nonsense, but this imaginary of what AI is affects what gets funded. It affects the priorities that governments have, NSF, all of this. It all feeds into it, a huge amount of hype and so on. A different framing or a different imaginary could lead to a completely different thing. Similarly, I'm sure many of you, have seen this kind of stuff, right? But future cities are apparently, at least they're quite green, I guess. But, there's no people in most of them, or they're very small. The image is, from this scale, it's from a particular viewpoint. There's no old buildings at all. They've all gone. And so this sort of thing, it does have an effect, I guess. It might seem silly, but it does have an effect, I think. And it's something that we're quite well placed, actually, to kind of interrogate and investigate. So I think a lot of these big topics, from climate, health, kind of social equity, government, all these things, they're all things where the imaginaries that we have are important, right? Because they partly determine on what happens. And, if you look at technology, that, similarly, these sort of intersections of these things and these beliefs are this is sort of obvious, I guess, but all of these things can be addressed, I would say, or at least they can be investigated and potentially different things proposed or different approaches. So my sort of, I guess the stance we've taken with the Imaginaries Lab is that if we can get some of these imaginaries out of people's heads in some form and into some sort of shared space, then we can start to understand how each other understands. And, that's maybe drawing a map in some cases, or the sort of, perhaps maps as a metaphor for other ways of extracting or kind of representing those things. But I think making them tangible in some form is it's sort of part of a design thinking process, at least from my point of view. And so some of the things we do often actually involve people building models. In this case, this is the mental landscapes project, which started out as being a sort of personal development tool for students to build landscapes of their own life. You know, representing these are hills I had to climb. This was a period where I wasn't sure where to go. There were multiple paths, and sorry, I need more total glass there. But we developed it in different directions to be something around like a kind of group futuring tool. So how do groups imagine the future of themselves as a group, humanity, whatever? Now, the process of it doesn't look very, you know, doesn't mean much perhaps looking at a sort of half-constructed model, but it's often that the process itself is the thing that's valuable for people. It's not, you know, the outcomes, sometimes they look beautiful, sometimes they're just a mess, but it's the process of discussing with each other and saying, okay, you think we're at this point, someone else thinks we're somewhere else. Someone, you know, your colleague sees the future as being a sort of, I don't know, like a pile of rocks that we're going to have to scramble over, and someone else sees it as an amazing sort of lush piece of parkland. What does that tell us about, you know, the group kind of imagery? We've done this with using more different materials as well in collaboration with colleagues. Like this is something we did around interdisciplinarity. So people from different disciplinary backgrounds trying to represent how they viewed where they sat in relation to others, and what were the material relations between them. Were these two things sort of stretchy? Were they like repelling each other with magnets, these two areas? Did they intersect well? And so on. And so, you know, these things are not like, they're not rigorous, but they're ways of exploring how people think about things and, you know, kind of enabling people to see how others think. We've done similar things with kind of mental health, like people trying to represent to each other maybe emotions that are difficult to put into words. Like, you know, if you, I don't know, do you perceive yourself as being like having lots of things weighed down on you? Do you see yourself as having sort of being on top of stuff? Or what are the material qualities perhaps of how you imagine your own kind of thing? So, you know, maybe these are maps, but they're maps of things that have no actual physical form to represent perhaps. They're sort of a way of trying, I mean, maybe they're just abstract sculpture. I mean, I guess they're basically abstract expressionist sculpture, but turned into a sort of design tool maybe. But one of the other things we've done quite a lot of, and I'll come back to this in a bit, is looking at metaphors, like the metaphors that people use at present for things, and whether new metaphors or kind of a process of actually generating new metaphors for concepts could be a way that of reframing how we think about things. So it's not so much about solving problems, but kind of reframing the way things are discussed. So yeah, DK, you've asked in the chat, there is a metaphor and map. Well, yeah, I mean, I think there's clearly there's a lot of intersection between those areas. So we've done this with designers and with students from different backgrounds. I'll come back to that in a bit about the metaphors, but some of the other things we look at sort of trying to do more sort of speculative design or sort of design fiction work around how to sort of experience aspects of different futures, perhaps. Quite a lot of work on new types of interface. Like this is for an electricity monitoring in a building at Carnegie Mellon, where we used vibration and sort of ambient sound as a way to represent the different, you know, to actually, you know, it's a sort of data sonification system. And this was a student project. Jason was, in this case, was monitoring people's heartbeats and actually representing them through like ferrofluid that was pulsing in the right way, so magnetic fluid. So you could effectively see each other's heartbeats in a very different way. You know, more interesting perhaps than a, you know, sort of Apple Watch or something like that. Did quite a lot of work around sort of building prototypes that people can try out with each other. So this was a project with Philips around sleep, around sort of experiencing sleep patterns in different ways in each other's sleep. Some work at present around sort of imaginaries of what people perceive to be spooky in technology, like what is it that's unsettling? And, you know, some of the sort of experience of Zoom over the last, you know, sort of 6 months or so has given people different ways of relating to each other, perhaps through technology. And we've got a current project looking at maintenance and sort of repair, and how what are our imaginaries of that in society? Everything from, you know, physical products to how we think about carers and hidden labour and so on. Like, how is that sort of, what are the metaphors we use maybe, and how could we do that differently? Also a bit around sort of more participatory futuring. So Tamasi Wolfson, who's one of our researchers who studied film as well as design, has, you know, been developing this sort of method for people to use images and ideas from screenwriting as a way of doing sort of community futuring, rather than you know, rather than going straight in with a kind of, yeah, speculative design or design fiction type stuff, maybe we can use ideas that people already are familiar with, perhaps modes of thinking. So we're developing a lot of these things. But, you know, my background, I was basically an engineering designer, really. I used to work on things like folding bikes and sort of wheelchair drives and injection molded plastic things that are in landfill now and that sort of stuff. But I became interested in how the design of the systems around us sort of encoded particular beliefs or ideologies or policies even. So I went and studied technology policy, which was very interesting. It certainly exposed me to a lot of stuff I'd never learned about as a designer and what I've been taught about in terms of things like science and technology studies and much more critical perspectives on technology. And so I did, this is, you know, 15 years ago now, I started looking at this idea of like how people have been controlled, or how an attempt to control people has been designed into products and environments and so on. And this led to, you know, this led to various kind of different directions, but it led to me going into research around behavior change, which, you know, can either be done in a sort of, you can see it from the point of view of, well, how, you know, how very top down, how can people be controlled, I guess, or their behavior be changed or influenced or persuaded, or you could see it more from a sort of more bottom-up point of view, perhaps. You could lots of different ways of thinking about this, persuasive technology, or a lot of it's around sustainability in some way, like design for sustainable behavior. So I basically went and did a PhD examining this from a sort of design perspective. And now it's very, you know, it's quite a big thing, right? All sort of behavioral design has become a big area of study. But I suppose what maybe is interesting might be interesting to some people in the kind of audience here is like thinking about the difference between something like this, which is a sort of persuasive technology in the Netherlands, get people to slow down, you know, show them a smiley face if they're within the speed limit, or a sad face if they're not. What is the continuum between something like this, which is about trying to get people to change what they do through some sort of design thing, and this, which is, you know, broken glass set into the top of a wall to make it, you know, put people off climbing over it? Is this persuasive? I mean, it's an attempt at changing behavior that is, you know, is it a threat? Is there just a simple spectrum? Is it more complex than that? Are they even part of the same thing? So, you know, and a lot of this comes down to this idea that sort of, and this is, you know, obviously paraphrasing Winston Churchill in this case, but, you know, many other architectural writers over the decades. But, you know, the idea that we design a world while our world actually ends up designing us in some way, like it acts back on us, is important. And I think beyond that, it's also that the world that is designed encodes particular hypotheses about human behavior. Miss Adam Greenfield talking about this, but like everything that's designed has some sort of hypothesis built into it. You know, there's an assumption that people have certain abilities or certain priorities, or they care about certain things. But because we end up using them, it ends up actually becoming perhaps the way we act. We end up sort of effectively becoming what designers think we are, I suppose. So I went back to study this sort of stuff. So I did my PhD at Brunel in London, which you might recognise from A Clockwork Orange. So it's, you know, it's a place that has a strong kind of, you know, behavioural modification history, if you like, to it. And so what it really meant was looking at lots of different areas of lots of different subjects and thinking, well, how do they apply to design? You know, what can we learn about people's behaviour or how people think and act from lots of different areas? And, you know, I ended up, as with many designers, I ended up developing this kind of toolkit, which was called Design with Intent, that sort of brought together examples and ideas from lots of different areas, and that in some way were about how the design of things affected what people did. And many of them quite bad, right? I mean, some of them I think are completely unethical, but I felt it was important to include them. So this is actually, you know, this got some impact with various different designers and companies using it in different ways, sometimes in a critical way, sometimes in a non-critical way. And there were different adaptations, and it was interesting to see how in different countries and the sort of different types of examples that would be used. But I ended up applying it, well, not ended up, but I went on to apply it to sort of things around energy use and sustainability, partly because that's where I could get a job applying these ideas, where people's behaviour and the way people do things is important, people's actions. And, you know, so I worked on things like, you know, these kind of displays. What happens if we show people their carbon footprint? Does that make any difference to what they do? Partly, depends who they are, I think would be the answer. You know, can we build games that help engage people in you know, thinking about their carbon footprint, or changing what they do, or changing the types of meals they choose to eat, and all these kinds of things. You know, does just showing the data on energy use make any difference to anyone? What is the agency that people need to have to actually act on this? I worked on a Living Lab project, which was a European project between lots of different institutions, where we were effectively, some of them in these kind of, you know, actually constructed Living Lab type buildings that were kitted out with lots of sensors, and in other cases, you know, more in people's homes, to understand, like, people who have energy monitoring devices, what do they do with them? Like, how do they make sense of it? You have this thing now that's giving you feedback on what you're doing, but what does it mean to you? How do you imagine what's going on? Does it change your behavior? Does it change how you think? And we sort of found, well, among other things, there's a couple of things here. So I just, this is in conjunction with TU Delft leading this project. So quite a lot of kind of people with architecture built environment experience. But one of the things that was important was that people's mental models and their mental imagery around energy actually were quite important, and had been underexplored, I think, previously. So there'd been an assumption that oh, we just tell people to use less energy, then that's the right frame for this. You know, maybe make it about money, or maybe make it about, you know, caring about the environment. But actually we found that the frame of the problem was not necessarily quite right. Most people are not trying to use energy, so telling them to use less energy is, in some cases, a little bit like telling someone to, you know, back a winner, or, you know, like a, you know, sort of some kind of sports betting, or like, I don't know, buy low, sell high, or something. Like, it's great, yeah, that's great advice, but it doesn't actually capture what people are doing. No one's trying to use energy. They're trying to do other things. They're trying to make the home comfortable, or manage cooking for, you know, family, while also dealing with something else, while also, you know, within a limited budget. So first of all, I think practices and social practices are actually probably a better frame than behavior in this case. It's like looking more at the interconnected things in people's lives, the social dimensions of, you know, there's an expectation that the meal will be on the table when so-and-so comes home from work, or there's a sort of social expectation that, you know, if you invite someone over to your house, it will be comfortably heated or cool. Right? There's something more to this than just individual choices. But also that the invisibility of energy and the invisibility of the systems behind it, whether that's everything from how, you know, generation of electricity down to the actual sort of interfaces that you might have with it, it's largely invisible. And so this is a big issue in people's understanding. So one of the things we did, and like kind of as a, I guess this is sort of again a mapping exercise, but of intangible things that maybe can't really be mapped, is we asked people to draw what they thought energy looked like. And that sounds sort of obvious, but it revealed a huge amount about, I mean, this is with groups of adults, children, teenagers, lots of different groups. It revealed a lot about the sort of metaphors that people might use. Do they see this? Have they been taught that energy can't be created or destroyed? Therefore, basically, it doesn't matter about whether you save it. It's all, you know, it's kind of everywhere. Have you been taught, you know, do you believe that it's a kind of limited thing, that you have to conserve it? Is it something, you know, is it more like water, where there's like, you know, there's an amount and it drains out? Is it more like a kind of gas? Is it all these kind of things? And there's no right or wrong answer, I suppose. But it does reveal something about you that could be useful in the design of new types of interface or ways of engaging with it, or perhaps education around the topics. So we did, yeah, we got people to draw these things and share them with each other and so on. And it also led to some new types of interfaces. So to go back to that thing I showed earlier with the vibrations, we did, and the sound, we did a few projects that used sound as, you know, kind of sonic energy monitors. In this case, it used birdsong, this particular one. So you would have different birds, and their agitation represented the intensity of, well, I guess the power that was the actual, you know, instantaneous power use. But I guess the important bit maybe from this, or the thing that I think probably fits best with what we're talking about today, or at least building on Elise's presentation, the metaphors are important, right? So if we think about what you think about what are metaphors for designing, or design thinking? Is a signpost a good metaphor? Is it about kind of process where there's this, that this goes here, that goes there? Maybe for some, that might be what IDEO perhaps sells, I guess, is it sort of sells, it doesn't actually always solve the problems for organizations, but it may offer them signposts towards doing it. Maybe you see it more as a conversation between people. It's about discussion and about actually kind of coming to different ideas. Or, maybe it's more like mosaics. They're all different shapes. They can fit in different ways. It's about constructing something together. Or, maybe it's things growing on things. It's building kind of on each other and layering and so on. Or maybe you see it as this kind of overgrown greenhouse where there's so many things competing and struggling, and some of them succeed and some of them don't. The point is, none of those is right. They're just metaphors for different ways of thinking about it. And, metaphor literally is carrying something across. It's carrying an idea across from one place to another, or one set of ideas to another. So a bridge or a ferry is a kind of metaphor, perhaps, for a metaphor. So I don't want to belabor this point because I guess we're, I'm sort of running out of time with this. But I suppose the idea is that I think, if I just skip through some of these, that the metaphor's not the thing itself. It's a metaphor's a map and not a territory. It's a model. All models are wrong, but some are useful. And I think there's something there that designers can make use of. I think investigating and understanding how people think about things, what are the metaphors they use, perhaps, what could be some new metaphors that we might be able to use for them, I think can be an important way of reframing this stuff. So I guess I just wanted to leave you with, I'm just going to reshare this last kind of, this last slide. Sorry, hang on a second. Was basically that what a lot of this comes down to, you look at the theory around design thinking, or not always called that, but people who've looked at how designers work. There's a few different trends, but this is apart from IDEO and kind of that sort of approach. And one of them is that the sort of developing repertoires of examples, if you like, in the world of how things are done. So you effectively, like an expert then becomes a sort of good pattern recognizer, I suppose. You can say, okay, this is like that, or this has certain things in common with this other thing. And Brian Lawson looked a lot how architects use that as a model of thinking. But I think there's something actually more generally around, it's almost like a form of kind of being able to partially transpose ideas from one domain to another. I think that's quite a key thing. And you might see it as a sort of form of abductive reasoning. Like it's a particular form of logic that is more about sort of proposing, well, maybe these two things, maybe they agree in these ways, maybe it agrees in another way, which is not a normal form of logical inference. I think there's definitely stuff around prototyping and using design as a way of inquiry, of learning through kind of multiplying possibilities rather than converging on something. And, I think that the imaginaries aspect, understanding how people think and understanding how people think affects what is done and working within that frame and perhaps, kind of influencing, I think is really important. So, I'm where I ran out of time, so sorry about that. But any questions and so on, I'd be very happy to discuss. And all of that stuff I showed can be downloaded, like the cards and so on, new metaphors cards. So thank you.
Dan, thank you very much for your insightful presentation. We do have a couple of questions, but it's already I'm going to give floor to Aradhana. I think that'll be fantastic. So we can take the questions. What's your metaphor for post-COVID era design? Maybe I'll leave you this to kind of like think through, so we can think about that in our discussion. Aradhana, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Yasmin. Thank you for having me and giving me the opportunity to participate. Let me share my screen. Okay, you guys can all see my screen?
Yes, Aradhana, this is perfect. Thank
you. So I have been a design professional, or the way Yasmin says it is, I have been designing my thinking, I would say now for about 20 years. And design thinking for me is an approach to life. It is about how you solve a problem and respond to challenges in life. As a design practitioner, I'll be honest, and even with the decade in IDEO that I did spend, I adhere only to principles of design thinking. I generally don't adhere to the process, because process for me, I don't want to stop learning, the process is forever evolving. Today, actually, I would like to talk about behavior change design, one of the many layers that can be added, many layers of processes that can be added to design thinking. Dan and Elise, you gave such a beautiful talk. And I think one thing I took from it, to kind of bind the two themes that you've been discussing together, is how you represent the world is you start to see it that way. I think that's what I'm trying to quote you guys. Like, you literally start to see it that way. You are structuring your relationship with it. Similarly, I think when you design behaviors, you are kind of designing how you want to live your life. So behavior change design is the application of psychological science to the creation of products or experiences in order to influence specific behaviors in users. This is a very simple definition that I like. It's from Amy Booker's book on behavior design called Engage. I just recently started reading it and I'm totally loving it. Behavior change techniques. Technically geek people, and I'm totally geeking out on it these days, they're called BCTs, behavior change techniques designed to influence our behaviors. We call them interventions. And these can be derived from various psychological theories and models. They're literally part of our everyday life. So if you think of financial, how we deal with financials, like helping people save for retirement, I'm thinking of that. Education, helping teachers accommodate for learning differences. Health, like think about today what's happening in the world, just helping form routines around social distancing in our life. Digital behavior change platforms. So I'm going to pivot now to digital behavior platforms and to healthcare actually. So digital behavior change platforms to address health issues we all know are rapidly growing. Some of the common examples in healthcare where platforms are being built on are platforms for increasing physical activity, improving our dietary habits, smoking cessation, medical adherence, and even safe sexual practices. So some of the examples I have put here are the platforms that are literally on my iPhone and Apple Watch. These are the apps that I personally use. So Noom is a weight loss and a fitness program. I'll talk a little bit about it at the end of the talk. I like to close my activity rings if I can. I always aspire to it. And I use Clue. It's a period and a cycle tracker. So what I want to talk today is, I just want to dig into health behavior science, particularly in the area of healthcare. And I'll talk about 7 things. Why 7? I don't know. I like the number 7. It could have been any number. I just put 7. So health. So first thing I want to, and this is the key thing really, health behavior science is about choice. It's not tricking people into doing things they don't want to do. So personally for me, Facebook is addictive. It's a behavior I wish I could walk away from. However, closing my Apple Fitness rings is a behavior I aspire to maintain. I'm motivated by it. So addictive behaviors, just to make a distinction here, addictive behaviors are very different from autonomous behaviors. One makes you feel good, the other does not. My point here is health behavior change is it's not only about stickiness. It needs to include choice. So the way you design for it is very important. The second thing I want to talk about is sustainable behavior change. And I know, Dan, you use that word as well. Yes, behavior change is not behavior change unless it's not sustainable. But to create that kind of behavior change, we need long-lasting autonomous motivation. This is literally based on 40-year-old self-determination theory, the psychological theory. The main premise here is strongest type of motivation comes from people's deeply held goals and values. So what you see is this motivation spectrum here. The controlled forms of motivations are the weakest. But when people connect to their goals and their life goals and their value system, their motivation takes a most stronger and intrinsic form. And we can nudge people towards the right side of the spectrum by supporting people's need for meaningful choice. We call that autonomy. Supporting their need for learning and growing, competence. So we are supporting their competence or capacity to do things, and supporting their need to belong to something greater than themselves. We all aspire to that. And psychologists call it supporting relatedness. Mapping of determinants, and by determinants, I mean enablers and barriers. So mapping of determinants of behavior change is key to designing any solution. I mean, I would have said the right solution. It's just, you can't even get to a solution if you don't know what the enablers and barriers to your to the targeted desired behaviors are. And this is literally, actually when Elise, you were talking about modality of mapping and spatial thinking, that's literally what I'm talking about, like a spatial pattern making of the determinants, a very, very important step in behavior change design. So when you are in the research and discovery process, one has to understand the challenge, who are the users, what are the associated behaviors and targeted behaviors. We have to understand the context in which these behaviors happen. And we have to then synthesize, make a whole mental model and a map, and synthesize all of it down to the factors and influences that shape people's decisions and actions. There are many frameworks that can be used to map the determinants of behavior change. Heather Cole-Lewis from J&J, she's the director of their behavior design lab. She talks about mediators and moderators. Amy Booker, MacPow, and in her book Engage, talks about blockers and boosters. What I'm showing you here is the COM-B model by Susan Michie, and it lists 3 factors: capability, motivation, and opportunity. And they all are very tightly interconnected, influencing each other. Behavior change techniques. You know, if you, I don't know how much vitamins and all you guys all take in the morning, but literally you take a pill, you're taking an active ingredient and it's kind of covered, you know, in plastic. So behavior change techniques is the active ingredient for any behavior change platform or the interventions that we are trying to create. So once you have mapped out your determinants, once you know what are the factors that are influencing your behaviors, that actually draws a direct line for you to then pick the relevant set of behavior change techniques that can influence those factors. While there are many, many theories of behavior change, the COM-B model, which I'm just getting to understand, the COM-B model that I just shared, and the behavior change wheel that you see here as a diagram, it's actually both together are by Susan Michie and collaborators, is emerging as a practical framework in healthcare behavior design. The 3-layered wheel actually demonstrates the need for a more holistic program for healthcare, for environment, and all the way to policy. So what you see in the center are actually the determinants. The blue ring, the black are the determinants. The blue ring is actually then the behavior change techniques that would be used. And then what is on the outermost ring is the policy. If you take those techniques and you can actually make policy out of it. So I think one of the example, Dan, you had shown was, like those glass things on that boundary wall. I would literally that's a restriction. Like there, you can either create an incentive to do something or you can create a restriction to do something. It is a behavior change technique that you are trying to employ to get to the desired behavior. In that case, you don't want somebody to cross the boundary wall. I've been actually reading a lot about Susan Michie. I'm getting very inspired by this person who I don't know about. But fun fact here is that she's based out of University College of London Center for Behavior Change. And Professor Michie has been part of the COVID-19 behavioral science team, a subgroup of the government scientific advisory group for emergencies called SAGE. It's super interesting. And now my news feed is full of whatever is happening in London and her critique of the government. So it's very interesting. The more I research into it, the more I learn about all of this. On to the next thing. Now, how do you deliver behavior change? How do you deliver this active ingredient? Micro interventions are the key to delivery. And this is totally inspired by BJ Fogg's Tiny Habit. The essence of Tiny Habits by BJ Fogg is this: take a behavior you want, make it tiny. Find it where it naturally fits in your life and nurture its growth. And you do it over and over and over again, enough times, it becomes part of your routine and sinks into your subconscious mind, or at least you hope it does. So when you are designing digital platforms, delivering interventions in tiny packets of experiences is an essential part of design. I will give you an example at the end with the new piece that I'm trying to work with. The next one. So we now know who the user is. We now know the context. I have talked about the determinants of behaviors. Then I've talked about, now you know the determinants, you can give them the active pill. We've talked about how you deliver this pill. Now I'm actually switching to the platform itself. When you design a digital behavior change platform, the successful utilization of these interventions ultimately depends on user engagement. There are many types of user engagement and you measure it. So otherwise you'll never be able to actually track it. You track it, you measure it, otherwise you'll never be able to evolve your platform. There are different levels of engagement. Let me just get into the levels of engagement. Is someone going to download this app? Will they engage with it? For how long? If they do, for how long is important, because they can drop off before an intervention even happens. If they do, will the interventions lead to the desired behaviors? Do these new behaviors lead to the desired health outcomes that we want? Like, did we get a protocol right? We have to track all of it and we have to measure all of it continuously, periodically. So this is a framework by Heather Cole-Lewis. She's director of behavior science at J&J. And she talks about tiers of engagement very clearly, actually. It was really eye-opening to think about things so structured. We need to track, and she talks about in the form of little e and big E. I mean, you can see the diagram there, it's straight out of her paper. But the way I understand is this: we need to track and measure the engagement with experience design, what we call UI UX. We need to track and measure the engagement with the behavior change techniques, what I'm calling the active ingredient, the BCTs. And most importantly, the first two are happening in the digital sphere. But most importantly, we also then have to track the engagement with our actually targeted health behavior that happens in the physical world, in the real world. Like, our increased physical activity, has our nutrition improved, has a salt intake gone down, has a sweet intake gone down, and whatever you are trying to work on based on your own health patterns. Measuring at all three levels is important to actually understand the effectiveness of the platform in delivering this intervention and in making this desired behavior and hence the health outcome. And also that we can actually then iterate on the solution. And the last point here would be that behavior change solutions are most effective when they are personal, contextual, and responsive. Technology today, I'm not going to go deep into or even scratch the surface into data design or AI or machine learning. There's a lot that goes on. I'm packaging all of it in this one word: technology. Technology today allows us to learn about users, learn about their context, what works for them, what does not work for them, And when we design behavior change platforms for healthcare, we definitely need these platforms to learn and adapt over time. Actually, a very good example of this is autonomous car, you know, Tesla. And so you can think about it in that world, but think of that platform and apply it to healthcare. And that makes a very, very persuasive platform that creates that motivation over time. So you all have seen many versions of this diagram. I have personally made many versions of this diagram when I was at IDEO, when process used to be important. And this particular one, I'll be honest, I literally picked off the internet, but I've given the credit from where I have picked it from. It was just beautifully drawn. So this diagram brings together design thinking, lean, and agile methodologies. That is what this person was explaining in the diagram and the paper from where I picked it from. What I'm going to use this diagram is to add a layer of behavior design on it. So if you think of the research and discovery process, I'm going to speak of it in terms of behavior design. Again, it's not different from design thinking, just a layer on top of it. We are identifying the challenge. We are identifying target users. We should identify the associated behaviors of those users. We should identify the desired behaviors. Now there's going to be a variation between associated behaviors and desired behaviors. We need to understand the context in which that variation happens and why. And then we have to, once we are at the why part, we have to understand the enablers and the barriers, which I was calling the determinants. So that's a very important part of the research and discovery process. The second part of it is solutioning. When you are in the solutioning phase, we are experimenting with potential solutions from two perspectives. We are experimenting from both the experience design perspective and behavior design perspective, which means you have to make sure you're working on all the heuristics of UI, UX, usability, experience design, everything that we all know and that I have been practicing for the last 20 years. But we also have to go deep into psychology, understand the social models that we are using, and design the interventions from behavior psychology perspective. So moving on to the next phase, which is actually the build phase, it is more about adapting. So we track and measure engagement at different levels. We just talked about that, different levels with the digital interventions. So we track and measure engagement with digital interventions. We should track and measure engagement with health behaviors and track and measure engagement with our biomarkers. You know, basically at the end of the day, we are trying to improve our health. So there are markers for that based on whatever condition or challenge you're working with. And then we continuously iterate and evolve the solution. So this is, it's always, the platform would never be done. The platform is always continuously adapting. So that is how I would try to talk about what a behavior design, change design process looks like. So to recap, we've talked about design for choice, some principles. Like I said, I actually take everything and take the principles out of it. I don't like to adhere to any process. Design for choice, nudge towards autonomous motivation, influence behavior determinants, identify the behavior change techniques, deliver via micro interventions, measure all levels of engagement, and build personal, contextual, and responsive platforms. Now let me talk about my, I hope I didn't geek out too much. I told you I'm loving this stuff these days. Okay, I'll make it a little real. I have started using Noom for a month now. I want to get better with my fitness and with weight loss issues as well. So I would like to use it as an example here to illustrate a few concepts we have just talked about, specifically what behavior determinants this platform is trying to influence and what behavior change technique they're utilizing. This is neither a critique nor an endorsement of the product. I want to be very clear. It is just my experience. And that also very short experience, just a month, 4 to 5 weeks. So intention setting is a very well documented behavior change technique. in the early part of the process, Noom made me answer the question, why do I want to lose weight? And they actually asked me 3 times. So I gave one why, and then they said, but why? They said my question again and wrote the answer question, why? Then another why, then another why, the 3 times. Just the act of trying to answer the question in 3 different ways and trying to go deeper in my head, thinking deeper, thinking harder, was an awareness moment for me. It was a very tiny step towards understanding my own intrinsic motivation. And by the way, I am not showing you what I actually answered. And I did not choose yes, where I show you that I have chosen yes, this is my deep why. My deep why is not for public consumption, but it was a very interesting exercise. The second thing they're trying to influence, so providing social support of some shape or form is a very well used behavior change technique in digital healthcare platforms. Noom has 3 different forms of behavior support, as you can see here. They are talking about a goal specialist, a group coach, and support group. They made an effort to understand my personality and preferences before matching me to the coach and the support group. So if you remember, go back, there was a sense of autonomy gets created because they're trying to match me. They're trying to understand my preferences. And there's a sense of relatedness that will happen down the line. I will be honest with you, it's been a month and I'm still struggling to connect effectively with my Noom coach. Now, does this tell you more about me or Noom? I don't know. When you think about influencing capability or competence, actionable knowledge is absolutely essential. Noom does this, and this is one thing I have started to heart a lot in Noom. Noom does this by prescribing a course based on the initial assessment of your goals, and it's consumable. It's basically pretty prescribed. So you can't go to the next module till you have finished the module before. So it's quite prescribed. Some people might not like it. It's not very exploratory. It's very prescriptive. And it is consumable in small bite chunks, and it's presented very well. I love their content strategy, and I would love to hire all of them. They actually go one step further. All the psychology they are using on you, they've literally turned it around, and they're teaching you all that psychology, which is super interesting. They will also then repeat some of the key lessons along the way and then quiz you on it. All the while, they are making sure that you are soaking it in bit by bit. And they do it actually in an interesting way. And that is hard for me to show unless you actually experienced it. But it definitely works for somebody like me, who is a little bit more heady. Beyond the psychological capability, they also are helping you with tools for making behaviors easier. So you know that there's a lot of fatigue when it comes to food logging. If people have used different tools for different reasons, food logging is the worst thing you want to do, that too every day, after every meal. They have made it quite easy. It can still get boring and repetitive. However, there are some interesting things they have done to make it simpler. Also, what you see here is the logging and some of the analysis that they give and the feedback that they give back. It does make it more interesting than other things I have seen. And now you guys know what I eat, actually. And all of this that I have showed you, and I've not showed you enough, but just like little glimpse of it so that you know what I have been experiencing. And all of this is delivered as micro interventions. As a social contract, Noom had asked me to pick the amount of time I will spend every day Nooming. And then it congratulates me when I get there. Now, I don't, by the way, reach that time every day. I actually I had said the social contract was 5 to 8 minutes a day. I probably spend 5 to 8 minutes twice a week. But I still get a high five from them. And it's kind of nice to get there. What you see on the right side of the slide is a small example of prompt action celebration. You weigh yourself, and if you don't, they talk about, how you can get over that fear of weighing. And once you get there, they'll congratulate you. So these are just small, tiny things that happen. It's kind of the interaction model, literally, of Noom, but it's done pretty well. So I'd like, this is pretty much the end. I'd like to end with where I started. Health behavior science is about choice. It is about supporting people's need for autonomy, competence, and relatedness, so that people are motivated from within to take care of their bodies and their whole self. That's it. Thank you.
Aradhana, thank you so much for giving us so many maps to look at. And also you have a tremendous industry experience. It's interesting how, you know, these technologies, and I was just like writing in the chat that it's a really nice segue into even the next design, the next SCDC symposium on ethics and technology, right? If actually these technologies are designed to kind of shape behavior and do work in a way, right? I mean, can you imagine what you can do with it, and whose behavior, and also I'm thinking whose behavior do you affect? I think this opens up like a portal to so many questions. So thank you very much for your presentation. I think I'm hoping the audience and panelists, Jose, Dan was writing a lot of like notes on the side, maybe wanted to kind of intervene. If you have some questions, I gave you a couple of questions already, maybe to start the conversation. How do we do that, DK?
Do you see my question? I threw these questions in here. Maybe I will abuse my power to take over the microphone and ask them. So I actually wanted to ask Aradhana, just sort of, because I really appreciate, I mean, I appreciate all of these talks, but I just wanted to sort of, in a way, sort of take it back and ask it in a very simple way. And I can ask you, Aradhana, but maybe I can also, in some ways, maybe open it to potentially other panelists. But I'm still, in some ways, trying to understand the chicken or the egg, in that, do we need to change thinking in order to change behaviors? Or do we change behaviors in order to change thinking? And I found this sort of BCT super interesting because, you know, it makes me think about even what Dan was saying about how he mentioned the former sort of design director from the City of London, and about how when people don't really know how things work, we make it up, which is also kind of ties back to the lean startup and sort of agile and this sort of, you know, not worrying about using a low fidelity model if it allows you to get from point C to point D. And then at that point you sort of reassess and you figure out what you need to move on. So in a way, it's like, can we design strategies for changing behavior without understanding the associated or underlying models of thinking that the users,
I would use map of thinking to tie it to what Elise has been talking about, especially that, you know, it makes it very clear to talk about it in terms of mapping these models that are being used, right? I think it makes it very intriguingly clear.
So if I use the word map, then I just would put it this way: is like, to what extent is a fully developed map of the sort of user thinking a prerequisite for designing to change or modify that thinking?
No map is a prerequisite. I would, so mapping word confused. I was going to answer your DK and then your mapping confused me, but let me come back a little bit. I would use mapping because I was taking copious notes when Professor Elise was talking about. I would use mapping to map the problem. Like absolutely to map the problem. But when it comes to our mind and we are trying to change behaviors and thinking, your question was a very good one. I think it's about approaching it from both ways, because we are individuals, we are all different. So think about it from changing your behavior and moving towards your thinking. That is literally Okay, I'm going to say something and I hope all the big leaders don't get upset because I'm still learning about it. But BJ Fogg approaches it from that way. BJ Fogg approaches it very operationally, where it basically says, take a behavior, call it a small action, make it repeated, and it becomes a routine. So you can see it's operational, transactional, it becomes a routine. And then it goes into your subconscious and you start to believe that that's who you are. If you will take a multivitamin right after your tea, then you think tea and multivitamin goes together. It never goes together for me, by the way, but it does for people who have done it over and over and over again. So that I would say is a path from behavior to thinking, you know, because it's going into your conscious. Then, but if you look at the self-determination theory that I was talking about and the motivation pieces, or even what Noom was trying to do with me, the intention forming, it's a very well-known behavior change technique. You're actually trying to ask people why and why and why. So you're trying to make them aware of their own motivation, their own value system, their own belief. I mean, it all came down to me, who is 40 plus something, wants to run behind my 7-year-old, and I'm forever tired, and he has way more energy than I have, and I feel limited by it. So the why and the why and the why came down to not about my body worth, like my self-image or anything. It came very, very deep into how limited I was feeling with myself, you know. So that is going from my thinking, and that will motivate me to actually log my, you know, food. So that will make me more aware of what I'm eating, and then the story goes on. So the chicken and egg was exactly the right analogy. We'll never be able to answer that.
Yeah, but there actually is something quite interesting that you're bringing up, DK, that I would like to peel back the layer of the onion one more layer. And that is that actually we do map cognitive processes. We have multiple models that we use to explain to ourselves how it is that we think. And this is a question of perception. So in fact, we can understand perception more broadly applied to the human psyche. And it's the area of psychology, which is doing that. So psychology looks at individuals, but they're trying to understand commonalities that are shared between individuals. So cognitive psychology is trying to understand the procedures that are used for you to cognate, right? To translate something from a sensory perception into an actionable one, which tends to be at the cognitive level. And in that case, we don't really know how it works, by the way. I mean, let me just be really clear. There are two different models. One is direct perception and one is indirect. A lot of the things that Aradhana was talking about in terms of behavior change are actually kind of borderline strangely indirect, and that they make a lot of assumptions about human behavior that we just don't know whether they're true or not. I mean, the science just isn't there to show it. Indirect perception, which is newly emerging and has really come about and has had large influence in human factors, which is the relationship between man and machine, basically, does say that there are things in our environment which are affordances. So I see a set of stairs and I project my own body onto the condition of moving up the stairs. If I think my body's capable of actually using those stairs, I see that as an affordance. If I don't think my body is capable, meaning I've assessed my own sort of perception and my kinetic sense and my body awareness, and I'm like, I won't, basically. And that's a more direct perception that doesn't depend on how I, as a cultural human being, understand stairness, if this makes sense, right? And you can see the kind of two barbells of this that one might move between in a lot of the discussion of behavior. So I'm always skeptical and always caution that, you know, before we make any assumptions about how we're going to modify behavior, we actually don't fully understand how behavior is determined quite yet, because we're not really sure which model works. We haven't yet been able to peel open the human brain enough. Kind of fantastic. Actually, it's one of the things that I think is great to pin this down. So even with fMRI, even with our more, you know, tools that have enabled us to see responses to things, we still don't fully understand exactly what's going on inside. And again, I caution, because the assumption was for many, many, many thousands of years, but particularly for the last 300, affordances, or not affordances, but a sort of model in which one associated things. So the association model was assumed to be true in psychology or in things that dealt with human consciousness. And then it was shown that that's not really true. So I'm just like, this is the problem with trying to assess human behavior. I definitely think that the BCT stuff is trying to, how do you say, prescribe ways in which you can develop something in response to what you perceive to be true. But I'd be careful to say that that's actually on as solid a ground as it likes to think it is.
I think
Dan, go ahead.
No, I'm just gonna, because I mean this kind of question was quite central when I was trying to work out, you know, how design can kind of engage with this sort of stuff. And I think that there were definitely quite a lot of presumptions that you need to change how people think about things, and then they will change what they do as a result, right? That model is built into a lot of design around, for example, around giving people feedback on stuff. Assumes that you need to explain how the process works, and then people will adopt that new mental model, and it's, you know, then they will kind of magically do something different. And I think that's effectively teaching, right? That's basically what education is in many ways, is trying to get people to act in different ways, perhaps through, you know, getting them to think through what it is that's going on and doing it. So, but there are things that complicate it, like, well, not complicated, but I think actually give designers more scope for working in different ways. So things like, if any of you know the idea of like the fundamental attribution error in social psychology, which is basically that if I ask you to explain someone else's behavior, like if you're watching someone doing something and, I don't know, they drop a like drinks can on the ground, or they drive a short distance, and, you know, if you ask someone to explain that, very often people will attribute that person's actions to some sort of internal process. It's like, oh, it's because they're lazy, or it's because they're not thinking straight, or, you know, it's because they're not as, you know, and often negative, not always negative, but often they're framed in that way, in the way that it's presented. But if I ask you to explain your own actions, very often you'll use a contextual factor, something in the environment. You'll say, well, yeah, I drove a short distance, so it's because I had like a heavy bag to carry, or yeah, I put the can down on the ground and then forgot it, or there wasn't, you know, I would have recycled it, but there wasn't a trash can nearby, and other people seem to be putting things there, so I figured it was a good place to put it and make it easier for someone to clean it up. But people will often justify their own behavior in relation to environmental or contextual factors, but explain others in terms of completely internal things about personality, or about lack of knowledge, or, you know, or wrong attitude, or those kinds of things. I think when we start looking at that in design, it means that the design of contexts and the design attention to people's surroundings and the way that affordances perhaps are designed into things or not designed into things can have actually quite a big effect without necessarily having to sort of try and change the way people think and then they'll act differently. So in a sense, it's about we behave in a certain way, and I think thinking about our behavior perhaps comes as a result of changing the way we behave anyway. You know, if you I don't know, always if you start cycling to work because you know you move and you haven't got a car or something, that becomes part of your habit, it becomes part of your practice, and it perhaps becomes part of how you think about yourself. It may not be that you initially had to be persuaded to see yourself as a cyclist and then you start cycling. It may be that the act of doing that changes your own self-perception. And there's loads of stuff on like self-perception theory and kind of cognitive dissonance and things being used explicitly like as a method. You know, get people to do something and then they're more likely to say they're the sort of person who does that. And I'm sure that a lot of the stuff that Radna's talking about, like a lot of the health interventions, certainly in some of the aspects of the COM-B model that Susan Michie think, like they make use of that, right? They're basically saying if only we can get people to do this, then they'll probably think differently about what they're doing. It doesn't always have to be change the way they think, then they'll do something different. Sorry, that was a long rambling thing, but it's just such an interesting area. It's such a good question.
I think it's super interesting. I mean, I have to admit that my own thinking has been weirdly destabilized by all these conversations, because we actually spent, I mean, this is a sort of long time coming, this symposium, and in a way it's easy to sort of feel like we had sort of a certain level of clarity around some of the topics or the issues. But in a way, I feel like one of the ideas which seems to have surfaced in this conversation is that if we start off with a kind of idea that we want to think about designing thinking, in some ways, we're already kind of overlooking the extent to which we interact with our environment and other people in society, many times without thinking, like at a level below thinking or through some other sort of ways of operating. So I think this idea of affordance, which a number of you guys have brought up, is I think quite interesting, because you're right. Sometimes we sort of enter into things on a level below our conscious thinking, which sort of actually even further complicates what it means to design thinking, because then you have to articulate which level of thinking you're referring to.
Yeah, I mean, DK, I think you're right. It's kind of funny. I sense, and I get it, because we all tend to express ourselves this way, but we think we're autonomous beings, right? We think that I'm going to make this decision. And actually, that's just simply not the case, in the sense that we're all socially constructed to a certain extent. Now, that isn't to say that you can't be aware of, right? An awareness of that doesn't contribute to understanding how you can manage your own behavior. But it is to say that we're often responding in ways that we can't explain, simply because we aren't the ones, it's not us as an autonomous being responding, it's us as constructed through otherness that is responding, right? Or us as constructed in the eyes of the other. And this is actually one of the this is the moment. This is what I'm so fascinated by right now that's going on with things like COVID and all this stuff. It's a moment where we've got two things going on: massive social change in which otherness is being, right, suddenly I am other or not, and how do I address that? Or how those social constructions have come forward turn out to have significant impact on social equity, right? And definitions of what we can, of freedom, right? What we think freedom actually is to behave in a certain society. So that's huge. The other thing is we're isolated and mediated suddenly, right? So these two things are kind of happening at the same time. And I'm like, geez, I'm pretty sure it's a massive shift in psyche. It's what we're struggling with in some ways is a sudden kind of reconstruction of self in response to an environment which has always been constructing us, but now in which we're kind of hyper aware. And that's a real possibility right now for us to have major shift in our social imaginary, our behavior, right? It's that I get sort of excited about. And I think the question of design intervenes in that, what are going to be the roadmaps that are used, right? And I understand that can be devices, technologies, things, right? That'll have physical properties to it, but they're going to be organized in a context that we are going to have some agency over in that sense, right? You know, and that's the moment that I find sort of exciting. But I agree with you. It's like the more you pick at it, you realize, oh, wait a minute, there's actually no there. Right? I don't have this sort of set will. In fact, it's constantly being constructed, and I'm being constructed in relationship to it. Yeah, I think really interesting.
Definitely, Elise. I mean, obviously what you're talking about relates to a lot of what neuroscientists are talking about in terms that the emotions are constructed. And I wanted to tie it in with also with what Aradhna and Dana are saying, is that if you construct these, if you know that everything is fluid in construction as you move, interact, and speak in the world, right? How do you actually, isn't there an opportunity? Is the non-prescription path an opportunity for design? Isn't it an opportunity for design, or designing something that is not so prescribed, or allowing for change of moods, or for allowing for being able just to be another at the second later or after? That was maybe it made me think of that question. As Aradhna would say, that's very philosophical.
I know. I love these conversations. I don't get enough of them. I actually, this conversation is making me think, and a question, and your talk also, Elise, when you were, sharing your thoughts during your time. And now it relates to what we are discussing. What do you think, or have you experimented, or your students might have, on mapping thoughts, like mapping, like I wrote down this chain, I'll just read it for you. Mapping of thoughts, mapping of behaviors, mapping of our choices, in general mapping society. You know how very early 10, 20 years ago when I first started, and when I was in MIT, I remember there was this word cloud. Somebody had figured out how to make word clouds, the words being used in the world and trends. I'm thinking of that kind of a cloud visually. I'm a visual thinker, for thoughts, choices, for our society. I mean, considering what we are part of today, what is going on around us, I'm wondering if you have experimented in that. And it relates to your, like just now you commented on this idea of otherness. Are we really autonomous?
Yeah.
Or are we defined by otherness?
So I often let students kind of drive what they're going to map. So it's an interesting question to broaden up, but I have had students, and I have had a few projects where we've been dealing with certain kinds of aphasias, which are, you know, kind of forgetfulness in seeing or forgetfulness in understanding in certain semantic ways about the world. So an aphasia, you know, I have a left brain stroke and I can't remember certain things. I can't remember the shape of something. I don't know what it is, or I can't remember what it's called. I can have different kinds of ways in which I lack the memory, or I lack the ability to see or remember something that I'm seeing. And we've tried to map those conditions, actually. We've tried to come up with ways of simulating that condition and then having that, measuring the responses to the environment and then modifying the environment to reflect how that person might be experiencing it. So we've done some of that with what I think of as more sensory perception things. When they've done it in terms of more larger social constructs, it's typically looked at things like historical issues. So an interesting project a student did was taking all the census maps and the definition of race going back 100 years in the United States, and then doing the same thing in Latin America, and looking at how is race defined according to the census? What are the categories that are used, and how do those categories shift? And it is pretty interesting. So the US starts, the first category of otherness is foreigner. You're either a native born or you're foreign. It's just two categories. That's the first census maps, right, go on like this. Then as race becomes an issue, right, and literally I'm going to be very specific here, it's skin color. Right? Because everything is really is evaluated more according to skin color than what I would term any even quasi-scientific use of the word race. So, and that's not a scientific term anymore, by the way. So I'm being, but they thought it was, but they actually are really asking about, you know, in a sense, skin color. And so then all of a sudden it gets like super divided. They go up to like all these categories of subcategories and so on and so forth. And then they realize that gets to be, you know, there's a change in society. And so the definitions switch. So then that's reflected in the census. You see, it's very fascinating. Whereas in Latin America, it's actually even more complex. It has to do with how far you are from being a Spaniard. Yeah. So every change, according to the generations, if you are Spaniard and you married someone who's not, right, then your children are less Spaniard than you. But if your child marries someone who's a Spaniard, then their children go back closer to being Spaniard. So they track it a completely different way. All of those are just social constructs, basically. But they have real implications in terms of the way people in those societies operate in relationship to each other. I mean, whether it's the chicken or the egg, that's a good question. You know, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. But it does, in effect, capture it through a kind of mapping procedure. You can use the map if you use it delicately. And this is the thing I was just trying to kind of get across. There has to be a kind of delicate balance between the way in which you understand your own lens operates relative to what you're seeing, and what you're teasing out, right? In that sense. I mean, yeah.
I just wanted to jump on that because I heard you mention like teasing out, Elise. And so I want to try to attempt a question which I think somehow cuts across all the speakers. So let me try this. The thing that sort of in a weird way comes to my mind is like, you know, this classic anecdote. I forget which company or firm sort of was the sort of brains behind this, but you guys have probably heard this kind of classic story that, you know, when they made these, you know, like you cook your own brownies or a cake and it comes in like a box and you mix it and then you cook it. So the sort of breakthrough they had there was that basically they could just send you everything and you just pour it into a pot or whatever and put it in the oven and cook it, but nobody really wanted to do that. So when they went through a whole design thinking process, they basically realized that if you tell people to add an egg, then they'll think that they're cooking and they'll feel like a real sense of pride over what they've made, and they'll really enjoy this process. So the act of having you put the egg in, which sort of symbolizes this organic connection to nature and you're really cooking, completely transformed how people sort of felt about the process of baking this thing. And I thought of this, Aradhana, when you sort of led with this idea about offering choice and giving people a choice as a sort of first step towards behavioral change. Now, the question is this, that I feel that so often when it comes to mapping, especially now that we have so much potential when it comes to data, there's this idea of trying to make our models or our maps better and better. So, oh, apparently I have an echo. Sorry about that. I don't know what to do. I'll try and land, but
we don't hear your echo. So if you can bear your own voice, go for it.
Oh, okay.
It seems good here. Yeah, I agree.
Okay, cool. So I just, we try to make our maps better and better, and we try and get more and more data so that we can have a sort of more and more robust model, and we can run sort of more advanced simulations. That's kind of one way of looking at it. But there are other ways of thinking about it. And my father is actually a professor here at Penn State as well, and recently published a paper around using African proverbs in teaching engineering. And one of the sort of threads in the paper was actually that when you look at sort of the linguistic history of proverbs and sort of the ways of constructing knowledge in certain African contexts, you actually try to teach people and you try to form people's thinking, not through giving them clear models that show you everything, but through what's typically talked about as misdirection. And so in a way, the question here is what is the role of, in a way, obfuscation? So in abductive reasoning, there's this idea that if you have ambiguity, people can become more creative because they don't quite know what the answer is. And my question is there a role for, in a way, maps that are incorrect or models that are not really right? And is that something that we should be thinking about more? Instead of trying to make better models that are more precise, should we be actually trying to potentially create models or maps which bend reality and challenge our assumptions, and therefore maybe can inform our thinking?
Dan has sent something in the chat, so why not sharing it with everyone orally if you can?
Well, it just made me think relevant to what DK was saying. I mean, I'm sure that many of you will know this idea, and I think probably Elise will be able to explain this much better than me. But like the idea that essentially all maps are abstractions, or none of them are. So there is no way of having a map of complete reality in some way. So actually, all maps are perhaps on a scale of fictional, or interpretations at least. So I mean, from a design point of view, I would say that, like, of course, fictional maps or maps that are intended to be provocative or different or offer different views of how the world could be or how someone else sees something are fantastic and should be, I mean, I guess it's a scale from that to I guess, architectural renderings of possible future societies, or, whether that's at the scale of a building or a city. I think, yes, very much. And the more maps we could have of different possibilities, it increases the scope of possibilities available to us, I would say, and changes people's imaginary. But I mean, the thing that I shared there, the Borges short story that's only one paragraph, is effectively a sort of reflection on that idea that the attempt of trying to create a map that's completely perfect, whole, exact replica of existence, and what the sort of folly of that, perhaps. It's only one paragraph. It's quick to read.
I mean, it's such a great example, Dan, that Borges, the exactitude of science. I mean, it really points to something that Martin Monnier, a very famous cartographer, a little book that's really worth reading, which is called All Maps, basically. And And in it, he makes a claim that all maps lie. I mean, maps are a form of fiction, all of them. Even the most scientized ones are a form of fiction because they're simply a way, they've been a mediated, right, presentation of some version of a reality that we don't really know is a reality. I mean, this is the thing that that's underscoring it. There is no reality. There's no, you can't make an assumption about, you know, a kind of underlying reality. I want to say that that doesn't mean you can't operate, right? We've done quite well at operating, but let's put it this way. You know, we didn't, I mean, basically, Einstein makes a paper in 1905 in which he proposes that time and space are relative. Up until that point, time and space, time was understood to be absolute, right? So absolute, fixed, and then space was the thing that was sort of malleable. Einstein says, no, in fact, time's not absolute either. Time is relative to space. And therefore, the space-time continuum has these fluctuations in it, right? There's a kind of give and a take, an expansion and contraction. Now, there was no proof for this until 1914, in which something called the redshift was discovered, which basically undermined an assumption that everybody had, that the universe itself, although moving, was fixed, right? So it wasn't expanding this way, it wasn't expanding outward, it was all sort of in this kind of big space and moving, but was staying relatively stable. Then in 2014, in 1914, there's a discovery called the redshift, in which they realized, oh my God, actually, the whole thing's moving outward. So relativity is in fact applicable, right? Time is in fact relative to your position in space. So, and I'm just pointing this out, that that's 10 years amidst, you know, the 200, 300 since Newtonian mechanics, in which we were operating just fine at local levels, right? We didn't need to know that that was really the case, but when we discover that, it enabled other things to happen. And that's the dynamic part of it that I think is so intriguing. And that's what design does. This is why I think design is so interesting as a kind of mechanism for organizing the world, or how you understand the world, right? Because you're in effect designing the world as you're understanding it. I mean, I go back to the product, the light bulb. The light bulb as a device, as a thing, only exists in the context of everything else that supports it, right? So they produce energy on a 24-hour clock because it makes sense to get the production going 24 hours, but they didn't have enough devices to use the energy. So the electric companies invent devices to use the energy. It's not that somebody looked around and said, I need a washing machine because it's really ineffective to do it by hand. It's that someone said, we need to use the energy that we're producing, so we need to make things like washing machines that use the energy. So actually, the washing machine had nothing to do with reducing women's labor. It had everything to do with using energy. The electric car, right? All of the streetcars, everything that comes out of that is the fairground at the end of the streetcars, basically because they decided streetcars use a lot of electricity, but they have to go someplace on the weekends. So they need to go to fairgrounds, and we should use all that electricity at the fairground.
Elise, we're reaching the end of the panel, and I'd like to, no, it's a fascinating, I would love to have had this discussion over a glass of wine, or, you know, like continuing the evening. I think that's a fascinating, I'd love like this mix of positions and this discussion that we have and how we construct the world. I would like to give the audience a couple of minutes for whatever break they need. We are welcoming after that Professor Dala Limburg. She is going to present her newly published book, Outside the Skin: Systems Approach to Society's Larger Structural Issues. And I think it'll be a pleasure to, she's an outstanding professor of architecture. She just won a rocking chair because she's been at Penn State for 25 years. First full professor, women full professor of architecture. I mean, lots of credentials. LB, it's my pleasure to introduce her, but I'd like to, I'm cognizant that you probably need a couple of minutes, so I hope you don't mind, Dala, if we take until 5 after 12 and resume to listen to you.
So it has that connotation, and I'm super thrilled to hear the term affordance brought up multiple times in the conversation this morning, because this has always been about decentering the ego, the person in this, and looking at all these powerful systems that are influencing us. You know, Bruce Mao talks about how these systems are invisible until they break or until they affect you in powerful ways. And I just wanted to provide a way of thinking, thinking about architecture that would consider all these external systems. You know, there's some very, very key figures that will be familiar to everyone. I'm trying to move you guys. Obviously, Buckminster Fuller, he's famous for his geodesic dome, Dymaxion house, car map, and the rest. And his whole intention, I would have loved to have known him, was to make the world work for everyone. And, you know, we've been looking at his work for his pattern making and way of seeing the systems around. Another big name in systems thinking and theory is Russell Ackoff. And his, if you watch some YouTube videos or his TED Talks, if he would give a TED Talk, he would say that architects are natural systems thinkers. They never think of the house separate from the rooms or the building separate from its site. And so this sort of part to the whole, and you can't just change any one part without changing the whole, is a part of the way we think all along. So I'm going to have to use the arrows on the screen. But general systems theory originated with Ludwig von Bertalanffy, and it was, he's a biologist, but his work started post-World War II. And it was very disturbing to a lot of the folks that were working in this area, that contributing to game theory and Cold War strategy. So this notion that having a better handle on multiple systems that are influencing us around the world would have to be considered into what we bring into the world, what we bring forth. And this is just a partial list that shows that systems thinking is in virtually every domain. And it's been around a long time, and even more contemporary scientists are revisiting, you know, just so education can't be thought in terms of just education theory. It has to bring in the socio, the environmental, the economic influences that are affecting a child. And so, and the teacher. So from multiple vantage points, it's an important way of seeing the world. Walter Gropius is significant for me, just because Cecil Elliott, who studied under Walter Gropius at Harvard, that we heard a lot about Gropius, and you know, his whole very, very sociologically inclined, that our guiding principle is that design is neither an intellectual nor a material affair, but it's an integral part of the stuff of life, and it's necessary for everyone in a civilized society. So this idea that it's not a pristine object with that sort of conceit that it, and that's been raised in the morning as well, but rather that it's part and parcel to this larger contextual story. And I was at the exhibit that Rem Koolhaas did in New York City, and these massive models, and he was quite upset with architects at the time for taking this boutique approach to design, commissions that were smaller and smaller and cheaper, and basically afraid that we're designing the profession into obsolescence. And he said, there are so many big things we need to deal with, city crumbling, citing his crumbling city infrastructures, climate change, even then systems, social systems that were breaking down. And so, you know, do something about it, do something big about it. And I often say that there should be an architect on the cabinet, or, you know, advising the White House. And so being able to think about these large issues and very elastic, coming down to these micro issues as well. Same with, you know, Nikola Tesla, famous for, you know, that the day science can begin to study non-physical phenomena, it will make more progress in 1 decade than in all previous centuries of its existence. So I think there's just an article recently, someone writing about what Steve Jobs did in terms, and it, you know, widely read, thinking about a lot of things and contributing to understanding the problems. So I developed my own map of these things. I wanted to start, I call it a fairness framework, because they all weigh in. The bubbles could change in a various situation, but they're all critical. And I use the term common pool resource, and that is a game theory reference. A common pool resource is different than environment, because this is something we are dependent on for our livelihood, the air we breathe, the water we drink, and it could be a source of job, the fisheries, the agriculture. And so how the stressors and the threats on common pool resources is essential. This is where we have skin in the game. This is where something could be at risk for degradation or abuse. Then there are the institutions that we design. These are constructs. These are things we create. They're not a priori. And we often, you know, when you butt up against an institution, and I find this pretty prevalent in a university institution, you know, like this is the way it is, but these are systems we've designed. They're not a priori. And we can change them. But the multitude of institutions we've designed, the power to protect the money, to protect the people, to bias a particular stake in something. This is where this bubble, this is where all that happens. And then human behavior. And human behavior is essential because I often tell my students when I teach this stuff that I have yet to have a moving traffic violation. You know, either no one has caught me or I drive the speed limit. But if there were a shortage of milk for some reason, you know, the zombie apocalypse, I'm sure I would climb over anybody to get milk for my baby. So human behavior is relative in terms of the urgencies against that common pool resource or the institution. You could be very much a law-abiding citizen, but you may have a challenge that you feel your notions are on the right side of that. And then the feedbacks between all this is where policy, and in the middle of that would be our policy arena. And so again, policies are something we create. So if we're designing thinking, we're designing the relationships and the power structures. We're allowing that to affect the things that we're creating. So since I can't sit and show you my book, this is just a glimpse of it. It's a good sized book. There are 300 pages, but there are 200 pages of a lot of beautiful pictures. And so you could read it just by reading the pictures. There's a lot of good text within there. And you can also then just read it another sweep and just read the text. and you'll get a lot out of all of that. So, and the artwork was all done by my son. It runs in the family, and he set the book up for printing, and I chose AR&D as a publisher because they have beautiful books. It smells great. It's they were great to work with, and the pages feel good. I thought that was important for me to factor all of that in. If you study this collage, you can see things like 3 blind mice. There's a piano there. There's topics on the cannon and the fugue, row, row, row your boat. There's some interesting themes coming up here. So this is a table of contents that is kind of the quickest way to see what's all in here. I've organized the book according to 3 key sections that I call indeterminacy, synchronicity, and doubt. And so briefly, where synchronicity captures how systems behave and how they interact with their environments, indeterminacy places these systems in a continual evolution and adaptation. That leaves doubt with the notion that systems are never quite fully known. They're always in the future. And so some of the themes, the social contract is amazing. It's about, I mean, it's a huge topic in and of itself, creating a social sucker when in our innocent time, we both believe in the other. And when someone takes advantage of that social contract, then the other is left the fool. And so therein lies a tit for tat, sort of the social contract of trust is broken. Others, impossible to plot culture, the skyscraper theorem you're probably familiar with, and generative and fanciful, the canon and the fugue is the fringe to the center, all of these. And then they're sprinkled in with some case studies of my own work. And then finally, there are case studies of student work who have used, we're talking about mapping, and how do you transfer this kind of thinking into architecture. And these case studies do exactly that, where they study a topic and the topic doesn't remain outside of the work, that the work doesn't come into its finish naive about the affordances or the context that induced it. So this is a glimpse of one of that I put in my poster, and I'd love to talk at length about this, but we don't have time. It's the 20-year lag and why it matters. And I'll get a little bit into this. And this chart on the right is actually from Morningstar, which is the top asset management firm, and so you can see from what your retirement asset managers are doing. They're looking at everything in the world. They're looking at who's in office, what the weather is like, what interest rates are like, all of these things, and in order to understand where the money is. And so money isn't, again, just a sort of isolated affordance. It's affected and affecting everything else around it. And I aligned it with generations, as we'll see. So the students, all other interesting things in mapping are to thread back where power and influence and relationships happen to be. And more than once, we were pretty surprised to see, you'll see at the end, in an instance like the big 6 media conglomerates. They're owned by General Electric and they're invested in one another. And so, there's Fox News might be a progressive or a conservative institution for the large part, but they're invested in the progressive side as well. So mapping this and seeing who owns what and who answers to whom is interesting. Also, we look at interesting, systems aren't just static as well. They exist over time. And the irony is, like to create a city, the city making mechanisms or any mechanism where we have collective decisions to be made, that is so difficult to get a large group to come to consensus on anything. So any large collective decision making is going to bias the status quo. Once we get that done, it's like, whew, we don't ever want to have to do that again, right? It's like a NAB visit. But society has a bias towards stability where it's rarely stable and it's highly mobile. And so the policies that we create get stuck in their rut, and it makes it very, very difficult. So that this mismatch theory that something ought to work the way that it does, and then it doesn't. And so, part of the hope for writing a book like this is to look at a different way to approach policy design, so it's a little more nimble, a little more flexible. Diagrams like this are interesting. The environment versus consumer input and output. You can see that, the carrying capacity of an environment is going to ultimately reach its peak. And yet the habits, the patterns of consumer use, it's only going to increase, it's going to go steady. And at some point, when the carrying capacity is on the decline, then when that overextends, that's just complete collapse of the system. And so finding a way for a policy to put the brakes on use, or to come in and Douglas Rushkoff talks about regulation as a brake and a foot pedal, on the gas. So it shouldn't have to be so static, but allow for this revision. And so my image is on the right, where policy are the little pinkish red dots, and so that it can have a wider swath of effectiveness to any of the areas that are being affected. So in the 20-year lag, and again, this is just one example, it's a whole systems observation of generational clocks, and you wonder why that matters. So I found these charts by Samuel Benner in the 1800s. He was a prosperous farmer, but he was wiped out in 1873 by the panic and hog cholera epidemic. And I chose this because we're in an epidemic, and it seemed like a relevant similar example. And when he retired, he vowed that he would study what these fluctuations and perturbations meant to the economy. And he found that there was a 16, 18, 20-year pattern. And you can see that, it's not that the same thing happens every 16, 18, but that this pattern, and he tracked that with the market yields for all kinds of agricultural and crop growth. Then in the 1900s, A.J. Frost got a hold of his charts and studied them up against the stock market from 1902 to 1987. And he saw exactly the same thing. And that a deep panic or a recession or a market high, and they would dance around like this in a similar way. So I wanted to see, because I was in the same way that when it comes to food, we say we want to know what we eats. I wanted to know what was influencing the leadership that was influencing the efforts at the time. And so the Strauss-Howe generational definitions is an interesting place to start with that. They get credit for that, although they've never really published too much about it. But it's based on that a generation that went through anything, if they went through a war, if they went through a depression, if they went through, so that would define that generation. And I'm hearing that the generation that is, the babies born now during COVID are going to be called Generation C because of COVID. And so then I looked through the literature and, you know, where the statistics of who are the CEOs, what age are they, what's their stint in time. And turns out the age group 15 to 35, these are the least likely to be engaged in any civic involvement with their community or take on leadership. I mean, we have Greta Thunberg, but she's rare. But this is the time, I mean, you can't run for the presidency in the United States until you're 35. This is the time when statistically most people are likely to buy a house. This is the time when, even with advances in medicine, families are most likely to try start a family. And so this, you know, completing education, this is a very busy time, and their focus is inward. Then from 35 to 55, this is the you know, it doesn't match up with who's running for office right now in the presidency, but this is consistently when people are identified as CEOs, presidents, VPs. This is where maybe a shift from family or community is more important. And then 55 to 75, issues of health, retirement, or a new family, and so forth, 75 to 95. So the age group 35 to 55 is the one to track, largely to just see who's in the seat of influence. And we're talking about power, we're talking about these large decision-making systems. And then to look at what was influencing them from a generational perspective, what is shaping the way they're thinking about things. Just a short anecdote, when I was working on this book, I had a grad student helping me, and her grandmother was curious, what's she having you do? And she told her, and the grandmother said, well, it's very interesting because your dad, you know, or your grandpa went through the Depression, and he has this old wooden toilet seat that he won't get rid of because it's good wood, you know, and it had a crack in it, but he wouldn't get rid of it. So the hoarder mentality affected by the Depression it's hard to get rid of. But then the baby boomers, because they were raised by the parents of the Depression, and they're largely in happy days, you know, incomes were higher, no real tragic wars. So, and the appliance house, you know, good, bad, or indifferent. So they ended up paying for everything. And most children of baby boomers will say that their parents have paid for their education, they're able to buy the homes. There are articles of the millennials saying, we'll never have that in our lifetime, what the baby boomers had. And so then, you know, moving on. So it's interesting to look at. So the grad student said, well, then what does that make her? She said, well, we don't hoard, we donate, and we don't save. So it affects, you know, the kind of leader that a person will be depending on what you've gone through. So I got a hold of this morning star chart that we talked about and aligned those dates from the babies born in this era, the baby boomers, Gen Xers, to see where we are. And I also wanted then to run out Benner and Frost's charts to see what's coming up. And I'll get to that in the end. So this book is full of probably the things that most people would think is dry. But if you ignore these, someone is making these decisions. And so things like the clean and green tax break, that we blame developers for the large starter castles, but in fact it's the farmer who didn't plan for when this would, you know, when a farmer wouldn't be in the family. So when a developer buys that land, they have to pay the back taxes on when that wasn't in production for agriculture or forestry or grazing or something. And so the developer has to pass those taxes on to the homeowner, and therefore it ends up being a larger acreage and a larger house. TIF, tax increment financing, if you read about what destroyed Chicago and moved all the renting population out of downtown Chicago, and then listen to the planner talk about State College, this is exactly, she was educated in the 70s. This is exactly the kind of city making system she's aware of. And this too is driving, it's creating a lot of owner occupied housing downtown State College. So it's going to push renting populations to the periphery, and will be a largely commuter state or city. Also, things like the National Infrastructure Bank Act of 2007, which on the surface sounds, yeah, why wouldn't we want to have a savings account for replacing things in our house, you know, things in our city, but it's both the hard and the soft rules for making that. So then, you know, that development remains deeply grounded in the bias of a 20th century urbanization model. And so any mechanism that a millennial will want to, or, you know, anyone younger want to try and come in and change about that city, it's tied to the money mechanisms that are developed and built long before the city. So obviously there are fabulous thoughts, people thinking on these topics, influential authors, David Harvey, Dolores Hayden, Edward Soja, and they anticipate, again, the moment I read about this, the threat to privatize the postal system, I thought, I knew it. You know, this was bound to happen. And these authors worrying about the privatization of the city. And it happens in these incremental little pieces like the Postal Service. So design is a coercive act. And, you know, we are part of a fee-for-service profession, but to be able to know our milieu, to be able to look at the mechanisms that are creating the world around us, these affordances as things we need to react to, are important for us to be mindful of. So these are just a handful of some of the case studies. These are young students taking my courses and learning how to think like this, to read the news, be aware, to not shy away from politics, not shy away from these powerful systems and powerful conversations that are impacting their work. This happens to be at the US-Mexico border. This is looking at Philadelphia and gentrification, and actually studying models on how to keep it cheap, make it affordable with diversity and a good healthy mix. This again is the mapping exercise of the big six, where you see General Electric, Walt Disney, Time Warner, and if you would trace it all the way down, you see a whole mix of people cross-fertilizing these areas. Reinhard Swart looked at the sharing economy. There were several people who like to look at these topics rather than you know, mine and yours, it's ours. And Lindsay Connolly looked at, you know, who buries you or who takes care of you if you have no family, if you're homeless, where do you go? And in New York City, you end up in Hart Island, which is almost impossible to get to, and you end up in an anonymous box and, you know, in an anonymous chart. So in conclusion, you know, we're just calling for a more emancipated social theory that, and looking for a way to design these systems So they're not able to be tripped by just a Republican in office or just a Democrat in office, that there could be a way to understand these shared systems as you know, their social rights, and rather than tag them to something that could have a price tag on it. I thought it'd be, I'm going to show you the sort of findings. So keep in mind, I wrote this book in 2017, 2018. And just pulled an excerpt from it. So those historic charts tracking crop yields by Samuel Benner in the 1800s, adapted to economic markets by A.J. Frost in the 1900s. I then extended those patterns onto the charts used by the highest ranking asset managers managing our retirements, yours and mine, consistently mapping the 16, 18, 20-year flux in market highs, recessions, and panics. And according to the Strauss-Howe generational theory, the millennials generation, which was born between 82 and 2004, they've been shaped by unraveling cultural wars. So they're thinking about culture as they go into their leadership age. Those born in 82 became 35 in 2017 when I wrote this book. The millennial digital natives that were born when the internet was introduced in 92 and social media, the race wars of LA were first captured on video in that year. So social media exploded. They will be 35 in 2027. Then the Homeland generation, which is 2005 to present, I started teaching this course in 2005. They've been shaped by a recession, Great Recession, that was 2006-8 recession, war on terror and sustainability. Homelanders born in 2005 will be 35 in 2040. So projecting Benner's, Frost, and Morningstar's asset management cycles using the 16, 18, 20-year projections reveal, drum roll, a major panic in 2021. Here we are. And when millennials turn 35 and baby boomers are retiring. So then there's another 20 years later in 2041 when the Homelanders turn 35. So then mapping from another vantage point, just to test this, when you extend the pattern since the 2001 Enron crisis, which was actually overshadowed by the bombing of the Twin Towers in New York City, 9/11, which was the largest corporate fraud of the century. 20 years later, now Schilling and those guys are getting out of prison, which is 2021. Memories have lapsed, and we are witnessing once again political influence to deregulate banks and erode environmental policy. We fought so hard to assure crises like Enron would never happen again. So we ask, what kind of leaders will the millennials be? And happily, the case study contributors are exactly this demographic. And their proposals show courageous and pioneering approaches that are neither insignificant nor insurmountable. Thank you.
Dala, thank you so much for presenting your book. Thank you so much. I think it definitely feeds. I can see how it feeds the mapping, thinking through mapping or data visualization for design thinking that Elise's was presenting before. And it's fascinating to have the students in the architecture department, packing and unpacking, decoding and encoding, right, through map, their understanding of the word. That's kind of fascinating. Thank you very much. I mean, we're happy to take remarks or questions. I know everyone is exhausted, so I don't want to stress too. I don't want to kind of pull too much. We want to kind of refresh a little bit before this afternoon session, which will be introduced by our colleague at SETAP, Scarlett Miller, will be introducing Katia Holta-Otto. But we wanted to
to take a little break, and before that also maybe give you a glimpse of what this gather town gather town will be. Anyway, any questions, any comments?
I have a question,
yes,
actually.
Okay.
Darla, do you know, are you going to be able to join at all for the poster session, or
yes.
teacher?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I have a poster there. Yeah.
Yeah. So your poster is right when you enter the jury space. When you walk down the stairs, that's where your poster is. So.
Oh, so that's not virtual, or no?
It is virtual.
Okay. All right.
Oh. It is a virtual jury space. We created this space.
That's right. Okay.
Yeah. So I was just going to say, I have so many questions, but I'm actually going to plan to meet you in the virtual Stuckman Family Building.
Yes, thank you. Yes.
In a couple hours, so I can actually dive deeper, because I also know that we actually went a little bit over, and I actually, even though we have so many questions and things we can discuss, I wanted to sort of press pause so we can at least take 15 minutes for our audience, so they can try and eat some food or bio breaks or whatever, and we can resume at 1. But I would also encourage people, because this platform stays live, you can also still send us questions. And there's lots of ways we can connect you back to Darla, so you can also ask your questions, or come and meet her again in the virtual Stuckman building in a couple hours.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I can't take any. Yeah. So. Oh, this is what you were mentioning. So Darla will meet you for questions in Gather Town.
Okay.
Unless someone wants to say something, I don't know.
They can't speak as in it's a webinar.
Right, but at least may have some questions.
Elise just apologized to the speaker for missing most of the presentation, but the last bit that I saw was absolutely right. I mean, the issue of mapping, being able to see that is really critical. So I appreciated the way that you're trying to approach this by mapping along multiple dimensions in order to see the picture in a more three-dimensional way, if you will, right? Even though it's data, but you're really trying to make us understand how that data rubs up against other data in order to produce affect, yep, in a way that, you can't pinpoint and say where the agency occurs. That's not really important, I think, in what you showed. So the agents and the way they act are kind of unpredictable, and those forces, the determinants of their actions seem unpredictable, but actually being able to see them just in relationship to each other suddenly gives you, I don't know, it just opens up worlds of possibility in terms of how we might imagine the kind of collective and how it would operate in the future. So I really appreciate that. And the proposal for, the kind of commons that would be enacted once we do this, it reminded me a bit of, what was it called in the Foundation series by Asimov? It's history, it's the psychohistory, right? It's being able to see our psychohistory and sort of then saying, look, because we have this, because we can see it, we can now imagine new ways of interacting with each other. So you're constructing a new network, basically, that will enable individuals to participate in the system differently. And I'm with you on this completely. I think this is the kind of thinking that has to happen in order for us to move forward. So I really enjoyed what I saw.
Well, and for example, if you look at just something like interest rates, back in the late 80s, early 90s, just before the race wars happened in Los Angeles, the unrest. So thinking about the social unrest that was brewing there, and I mean, and money was, if money is that expensive, the only things that are getting built architecturally, or you're not going to build a private home. You're only building something for a university or a bank, maybe, or something that has to get built, some big institutional building. And when you are designing, all of a sudden now structure is having to become ornament. You have to express, you can't cover that up with another layer of sheetrock, So it does, if you're cutting your teeth as an architect in times like that, understanding why money is so expensive and labor, and you're going to be looking for the most economical labor story to make that dollar stretch. And so I think if you were to take a swath through when buildings are built and what's going on in that larger milieu, culturally, economically, 1975, the big grain embargoes, and trace that through what's happening with food prices and the sort of uptick in homeless situations. So, I think for an architect, we talked about having, impassioned empathy. You have to, that doesn't happen on its own. It doesn't, that's not a priori. You have to read and study and observe and track this down. It's a site analysis on, steroids.
Yeah. And there's so many, the thing is, there's so much that goes into programming site and place. Mm-hmm. That the procedure that you're talking about helps students or helps designers to see that procedure, right? That's the key. As you said, it's just getting you to see it. What you do with it becomes, the next step, but being able to just identify it as a place to start really is important. And our own practices have changed so much in the past 30 years. So architecture offices, there are those, and I think the percentages are still higher than one would imagine, of single practitioners across the United States. There's still, a good deal of that, but there's a lot that's not. There's a lot that's operating within larger corporate structures, or structures in which, even knowing, how do you say, we're participating in the same kind of networks that you're describing relative to those forces that are impacting what's built, right? So being able to manage that relationship, I think, turns out to be an interesting thing too. Like, in other words, I'm no longer the king architect making the philosopher king, that Wright was, who gets to sort of, here's the perfect, house. I'm actually part of a much larger team, sometimes hundreds of people, in which we're acting dynamically in relationship to the problem, and being able to see myself in that way helps me to understand how to make decisions and what I can influence or what I can't. In much the same way, I think your mapping, right, of these different forces does. So yeah, I thought it was really, it's really a world.
Another, it's fun to help to, I'm sorry, Yasmin.
No, go ahead. I was just mentioning that you probably wanted, there is a talk at 1, and I was wondering if you wanted to kind of take a little bit.
I've got a protein bar here ready to, but the students are, there's a misconception in the section Follow the Money. There's a misconception about money. We decoupled currency from the gold standard in 73, 75, 71, around there. And what that meant is now currency, money, was tied to value. And in a value creation world, there should not be a limit on that. And yet the fear tactic, now we get into the psychology, that there's a shortage, then when systems crumble or get sluggish, like the postal system, right? That gives the impression that there's a shortage, and game theory targets that incredibly. That's the run on the bank, shortage just registers fear. And so when you can start to look at the context for a problem and help students to understand that, this is a message that's being manipulated or potentially abused. It's not necessarily the way the actual system is working. So, value creation, that there should be unlimited opportunities to bring value to the world. So
Thank you so much. I think we'll use that as the concluding word for your book presentation. Thank you so much. I think we have 10 minutes. I think we all deserve that.
Yeah,
At least 10 minutes. Thank you so much. I understand well, just you need to kind of breathe. The next speaker is a fabulous speaker coming from speaking from Finland, an amazing engineer, associate professor. Scarlett will, from SETAP, will be presenting herself and presenting her, absolutely not to miss. So I hope you'll be back with us shortly. I personally need a 5-minute break. So thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Hi, Yasmin.
Hello, nice seeing you. Nice background too, fantastic. Scarlett, you're heading the engineering design unit program at SETAP. It's great to be able to collaborate with you. You have the floor.
Great.
To tell a little bit more about the program that you're heading and also introduce Katya. Thank you so much.
Perfect. Thank you, Yasmin, for the introduction. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Scarlett Miller. I'm an associate professor of engineering design and industrial engineering here at Penn State. And just thank you again to Yasmin and DK for putting together this amazing event. I think, you know, we try to look at the silver linings of this pandemic, and I think being able to bring in speakers from London and Finland into our group is just an amazing experience. So thank you guys for your organizational efforts. Before I get into introducing our amazing speaker today, I do want to take this time and platform to discuss our engineering design program. I've been director of the program since February of last year. And for those of you who don't know a lot about it, we actually touch most engineering students either through our cornerstone to capstone program or through our graduate program in design. So our program is really focused on preparing innovators of the future by integrating the disciplines of engineering with design theory, business, psychology, and art through studio-based or project-based design experiences. So at the undergraduate level, we touch most of our first year engineering course students through our cornerstone engineering design program called eDesign 100. It really serves as a foundation of engineering through hands-on team-based projects that allow students to address really big, wicked design problems and recognize a role that engineering and design have in improving the health, safety, and welfare of a global community, as well as identifying solutions that are technically feasible, economically viable, and also desirable. We also have engineering design thinking and making course, and multidisciplinary capstone course, a certificate in engineering design, and a forthcoming design minor we hope to have on the books starting this spring. At the graduate level, we offer an MS and an MEng with concentrations in product design engineering, human-centered computing, systems design, and humanitarian design engineering. DK is actually teaching a course this spring on open engineering that we're really excited about, that really crosses the boundaries of architecture and engineering in this kind of open innovation world. I'd also like to highlight my background here. This is a rendering of West 2, which is slated to open in fall of 2022. It is our new kind of engineering design building on campus that houses our learning factory, our engineering undergraduate design courses, as well as our grad program. So we're really excited for that and the future that design has here on campus. So with all that being said, I am extremely pleased to introduce Dr. Katya Halter-Otto, who I've had the pleasure of knowing and interacting with for almost a decade now, which is kind of crazy, through the ASME Design Engineering Technical Conference. So Katya is an expert on design methods. Her current research includes research in empathy, creativity, and need finding. She's particularly passionate about everything interdisciplinary and regularly works with people from multiple other fields. She has had several tie-ins actually with our engineering design faculty. So Katya was actually one of the founding professors at the Singapore University on Technology and Design, where Matt Parkinson actually does a Singapore study abroad program every summer. So they were able to interact and kind of commingle our programs in that way. Professor Katja also teaches product design and development methods, including design thinking. She's in charge of the Global Innovation Program at Aalto University, which is a part of a global sugar network and global interdisciplinary design thinking. She's been the recipient of the NSF Career Award and has won 9 Best Paper Awards or other similar distinctions. She's an associate professor and is an active member, again, with our design theory and methodology group. So Katja, thank you so much. I know time change, family obligations, pandemic, all of that. We really appreciate you being here with us today. And I am so pleased to introduce you.
Hi, thank you, Scarlett. No, my pleasure. It's actually really fun being listening to all the architects. So while back in Singapore, I was interacted significantly and taught all the design program was between engineering and architecture. So it's very, very similar what you guys talking about. And I now understand your language. Like when you say program, what does that mean? I know what that means, including other things. Let me share my screen and get to my talk. Whenever I give a talk, I don't really care if I get to the end or not, but then at the same time, I know I'm on Zoom and it's really easy to miss questions. So if I do that, just somebody unmute yourselves and tell me if there's questions. So let's see. So I decided to name my talk Discipline-Free Design Thinking, but then from engineering point of view, since I am a mechanical engineer by training, so I realized this will look engineering. Scarlett already introduced me, so I'm gonna skip over this part. I do a whole lot of interdisciplinary wacky things and enjoy myself doing that. But so design thinking, let me first talk about what I mean by it being discipline-free. I've had the fortune to work in very different universities on 3 different continents so far, very traditional university. Then in Singapore, I was one of the founding faculty members starting a completely new university, essentially with no disciplines or no traditional departments. And then now I'm somewhere that's sort of in between the two. So thinking from that, you know, we talk about these proverbial silos. So who builds them? Well, we do. That's what universities do. We get these amazing students from high school, and then we put them in their silo, and then we just make sure that we build these silos. That's where they come from. We need to stop doing that, right? And then when you do stop doing that, so when you teach across disciplines, and I guess at Penn State, you also have some of these programs, and I've been doing these in, like I said, already on 3 different continents. Students are very comfortable going from one place to another. They don't even see the silo walls unless you make them visible to them, right? So we are the problem, not them. Okay, couple definitions. People often argue what is multi and inter and cross and trans and blah, blah, blah. It doesn't really matter. It's not about the terminology. But what I want to point out, though, is that when we talk about multidisciplinary, it's like this webinar is. There's people from multiple disciplines, yay. Okay? It's interesting. It's better than single disciplinary, but then what? So interdisciplinary is sort of the first level of the little bit better versions where there's some interaction between the disciplines. So that becomes much more interesting. But then when we talk about design or design thinking, I want to call it discipline-free, because whoever we design something for, so whether it's the user, it's the planet, whoever we are designing for, they don't care if you're an architect or if you're a mechanical engineer or whoever you are. You just need to solve that problem, right? So discipline-free is simply just that sort of a design-based or problem-based approach to solving something. And we don't need to argue over who thought of design thinking and is it designerly thinking or design thinking and who thought of it first and who's doing it right and does it involve post-it notes or not. And all of that is completely irrelevant. Whoever we're designing for and the problems, they don't care. If I'll highlight a little bit, kind of already old research that motivates some of that. Why do we work with different disciplines? Now, soon 15 years ago already, we looked at a whole lot of different products, like over 300 different products, and what made them innovative. Turns out that products are innovative in 5 particular categories, and these are all electromechanical products. And the categories are external interactions, then architecture. Here, this means product architecture, not building architecture, so kind of size, layout, user environment, modularity of a product, things like that. Function, cost, and then user interaction. And specifically, they were innovative. 60% of them were innovative in the orange categories, and they tend to be innovative in more than one category at a time. So that made them innovative. I told you this was done over 15 years ago. So not just now, a couple of years ago, 10 years after this paper, we checked what's going on with these products, and turns out that the ones that were innovative are enjoying a 70% success rate. Normally, new products, when they launched, their success rate is always under 50%, sometimes as low as 5%. So these are like ridiculously successful. So what does that mean then? Okay, we want to, so we need to create these external interactions, architecture, function, cost, and user interaction, and not as much the function and cost. The orange categories are more important. So we look at that. I'm a mechanical engineer, right? So we are taught how to make things work. We really understand the function, a little bit of part architecture, a little bit of the external interactions. And same with our fellow engineers. We're pretty good at that. If we work with our friends from natural sciences, they start helping us, and sometimes also in engineering with, like, say, materials or some basic physics of things, and they kind of help us with some of the external interactions and a little bit with architecture, maybe function as well. Our friends in business school, they really help us with the cost aspect, right? And then marketing has been specializing in users for a long time. Okay, broaden a little bit, bring in arts. That has always been very, very user-centered, and depending how you look at it, then also come in architecture, function, and other things. Social sciences, they're what we consider noise, the human or the user. That's their study. That's the subject they study. So they're super experts coming with all these amazing theories why users do what they do. Kind of, if you were listening earlier, there's a lot of this behavior change, right? We learn so much from social sciences and psychology and how to design for people. I could go on forever, like I can keep adding medicine, law, any discipline that you have, right? You need to work with all of them to really understand and solve the problems a bit more holistically. So coming back to design thinking. So I agree with some of the previous speakers on that it's not particularly about one particular process or any method. If you look up design thinking, you get various process models for it. Some people have the little loops, double diamonds, various flow charts, and all kinds of things. They all kind of the same, just that they emphasize different aspects of the process, and so depending a little bit what discipline they came from and which part they want to emphasize. So for this talk, I did not give my phases any names. So anything, it's some sort of a hybrid model of all of things that somebody might consider design. Maybe has some divergent, convergent parts, and maybe has some pieces. Well, I've been very lucky. I've worked with all kinds of people from all kinds of different disciplines, and we've taught what students think is just design. And it's always been a combination of design from different fields, because we've been a team teaching with people from different fields. Mostly different types of engineers and different types of architects, some industrial designers, and some basic scientists as well. So then I've kind of got to cherry pick over the years, what do I like from the other fields? Like, oh, I didn't know you guys do that. I love that. I'm going to steal that and start doing that when I teach design. So here's some of my favorites, right? I think like how we interact or talk or observe users is very interesting. People from marketing and engineering, we go and talk to a user, ask what they do, and I find that useful. It's one of my favorites. People in industrial design, they tend to actually work with the user and do even much more in-depth methods, more participatory methods. That is really cool. Architects are interesting. They look at people more like a flow, but that's super interesting as well. It's a completely different, don't look at individual, look at flows. That's interesting. So now I do that too. And then site analysis as a concept, so not literally the way it is, but the idea of understanding the context where you're designing and then either fitting to it, enhancing it, or somehow, figuring that out. So it's just completely interesting, and also you can translate that over to engineering real easy. There's a lot of other things here too, like in industrial design, they reframe problem. In traditional engineering, you just kind of given a problem you solve. Most of us engineers don't do that anymore, but it kind of came from the design fields, where are more artsy fields, where we started taking the reframing problem. But then an interesting one, what engineers have always been good at, we generate a lot of concepts before we choose one, really to make sure that the one that we chose is good. And I keep that, I like that, I keep that. In the interest of the talk, I'm not going to go through all of them, but there's a whole lot of these, and I hope to learn even more of them as I keep working with other people. So just to, don't argue over the models, just take the best parts and combine them into something. So design thinking needs to be discipline-free, right? Then the other thing, again, if you go ahead and Google design thinking, you're going to get that process, and then you're going to get a whole lot of methods. Maybe you buy a book or you go to some sort of a course, and then they give you, oh, here's all these methods. But design thinking is not a suite of methods, but these suite of methods, they support design thinking. And this is purposefully a mess because that's what it is. So if you pick up this book on design thinking, many of them have about 100 methods in them. So that's a lot to choose from. There's a lot of websites that kind of collect all these methods. They also have well over 100 methods each. If you go and take some sort of a course from consulting, they select one method per phase, and then they say that's the best way, and then that's how you do it. Really method focused. And okay, sure, I've listed some. These are not my favorites anyway. I just wanted to list many just to overwhelm the slide, to highlight that point that it can be overwhelming. I'm in academia, we research things. So good design thinking needs to be based on like evidence-based things. So we know what works, how, and why, and not just because I happen to know this method or I feel this method is good. But we actually go ahead and study either the method, the people behind it, the processes behind it, the cognitive models behind it, all kinds of things. Really study why they work. So I'm now gonna walk you through a couple of things that we've been doing, taking key things there. The first one I'll go through is empathy. I chose empathy map as a method, but what I really mean is empathy overall. So if you don't know what empathy map is, it's a very simple sort of poster, but the key thing behind it is that instead of just focusing on what the user does and what they say, you also want to understand deeper things, what they think and feel. So the key things here are think and feel. That's when we turn to psychology. They know how to study how people think and feel. This is our version of a Kupri and Visser's framework for empathy in design from, gosh, that looks over 10 years ago as well. The way, but we study, actually use fMRI to do brain imaging, so thus the brain in these. But the way it essentially works is that a designer gets interested and wants to understand the user, so it's the discovery phase. Then they reflect on their own, like, wait a minute, this is what I know about this user experience. And they understand they need to make a connection and go to the user's environment. They immerse themselves in the user's environment through whatever empathic ethnographic methods. And then at some point they detach from that and come out with this knowledge of the user experience that then blends in with their own experience. Model is supported by psychology, how your own past experience impacts how well you understand the user and so on. But that's kind of it. This is kind of magic. Like you do something and, and that's what the design thinking process says, you build empathy. Okay, so how does that actually happen? We start studying that and really try to look inside the mind of the user and the designer. We've developed what we call empathic accuracy. You don't need to go see this slide fully, but I'll walk you through so you understand what I'm talking about when I say empathic accuracy. So it's an elaborate process that we adapted from psychology, but then made it more design relevant. So essentially we do a contextual user interview. So a designer interviews a user as close to as possible to a user situation. They are all fully censored, so it's not full-on use situation because they're not wireless. This thing is videotaped. Then immediately after this interview, the user watches themselves on the video. They pause the video every time they have a thought or a feeling. They write that thought or feeling down, and that becomes our user material, their thoughts and feelings. Remember the empathy map? Not just what you say and do, but what you think and feel. So now we have that. Then we show that same video to a whole lot of different designers. They try to guess at those time spots what the users think and feel. Also, the designers are fully censored in every which way. So we're able to also look at that. I'll get to those a little bit later. So that's where we get the empathic accuracy, what the user was actually thinking and feeling, and then how well the designers guess. We also have the designers then do various design tasks to be able to later link how this accuracy links to design tasks, but we haven't analyzed that data, so I'm not going to talk about it in this talk. Here is the first result for that empathic accuracy. The 3 bars just represent different use cases. So we've interviewed the drivers. We've done a case with sort of related to accessible products for people with visual impairments, and then musicians, specifically reeds related to woodwind instruments. And the average empathic accuracy per person is 30 to 50%. So the key thing is always under 50%, which can be quite disappointing. We don't understand people too well. But what's important to know that we adapted this from psychology. So in psychology, where they don't study design or user, but they just study 2 people. If the people don't know each other, the empathic accuracy is about 20%. And then if they've known each other for about a year, then that increases to 30%. So in the very specific case of designer user, we actually do great. And that we don't know exactly why, but most likely because the context is a lot more narrow. You're talking about a very particular use case, problem, product, something, rather than overall life, like that the understanding studies in, or mutual understanding studies in psychology have been. When we break that overall understanding, so the purple bars on the slide, into whether the thought or feeling was design related or other thought, we get different results. So what do I mean by design related, non-design related? So design related would be somebody talking about driving, safety, something related to that case. And then the non-design related would be, I wasn't sure what word to use. I was glad the interview was over. I was thinking of my childhood. All kinds of other things that the designers are thinking or feeling in that interview. Then we get this. So the design related empathic accuracy is significantly higher than the non-design related. So this is probably good news, because what that means then is that, you know, we are even better when it's design related. But of course, the big question is that then which one matters, the non-design related, design related, or the combination. So we don't know yet. We have not analyzed the outcome data yet. Let me show you then what we're doing with that, because I told them everybody's instrument and we start measuring that. So there's different types of empathy and different ways of measuring that. I've made it's not a really formal categorization, but a useful categorization of different types of empathy. So we have this practical or process related empathy, and this is typical in design literature. So you're trying to understand the user, you stepping into someone else's shoes, sort of practical empathy. At the bottom is the other one, goal-oriented. So empathy, feeling, being empathic, wanting to help somebody or actually helping somebody. And then in between, I have the understanding more from psychology. So we have the cognitive empathy. That's what I know. I understand your feelings. I understand your thoughts and emotions, right? And then the automated one is that's where we become primates. So we are just the primates, just like others. We mirror. So if we were live, I could grin here and you would grin at me as well. So simply mirroring the facial expressions. Emotions are contagious. So like if we were to be, again, somehow in a group, whatever emotion would be, we could actually help pass a particular emotion. For example, birds have that. So if there's danger, somebody panics, that type of fear emotion starts contagiously going from one to the other, and they all know to escape. Of course, also sound helps in that, but also just the contagious emotions. And then they are essentially shared feelings. So when you have empathy towards somebody, you actually share the same feeling. So then when we want to measure this empathy, so how do we form it? Where does it form? How does it form better or worse? And does that have any impact in anything? We need to measure that. So there's been some work, including also by us, but also others, looking at just that practical design empathy. So usually it's some sort of a self-efficacy or self-rated survey. How empathic are you? How well do you think you can solve somebody else's problems? How well do you think you understand them? This automated one, this is bottom up, so we are not aware of it. There are surveys that try to claim that they measure this automated, also called affective empathy, but it's really the automated reaction, something that you may not be aware of. So this is where we want to measure physiology. That's why all the instruments attached to our people. Cognitive, this one you can ask. So you can simply ask people to recognize emotions, or then the empathic accuracy, what I just mentioned, that one would be a measure of cognitive empathy. And then the last ones are the goal-oriented ones. You can, again, self-rate, or you can do more behavioral methods here as well. You can, a very common one is a pen drop experience. So you pretend to drop a pen and then see who picks up the pen and who doesn't. And then that's an pro-social behavior is the term they use. Or then if you go in more in designerly terms, empathic action. Somebody does an empathic behavior. So you can measure all of these. Right now, I'm going to focus on the middle two. So shared physiology and empathic accuracy. But you're only going to get a teaser about this because we're right in the middle of it. So we have the accuracy part done. And now we're looking at physiology. But I find it extremely exciting because the people have studied it in social psychology and neuroscience a long time. And they found a relationship that if you're literally in sync with another person, you understand them better. So we can measure that sync. So your heart rate or your facial muscles or some other physiological sync. And that's an indicator of how well you understand somebody. One thing that we have completed already is time-based window correlation. What that means is that at that very second or within that 10-second window, when I smile or frown or whatever, then if the user also smiles or frowns in that same 10-second window, that correlation within those short time intervals, that does not correlate with empathic accuracy. So that alone is not yet empathy. Right now we're looking at if the overall one is, because everybody who's done any user studies, you know that sometimes with the user you feel like, oh, you know, it really went well with that user, and we were not really syncing with that other user. So can we detect that syncing as well? Right, in the actual sensors and studies. So we're in the middle of processing that. And then the other one that was a real cliffhanger when COVID happened, but we started measuring brain signals from MRI, because that's another one that people have used in neuroscience to measure empathy and have shown correlations from having same regions in the brain reacting and certain emotion-related regions in the brain light up, and that's related to better empathy or better understanding of the other person. But we did 2 studies and then the lockdown came, and now we're kind of restarting it up again, but not any studies from that yet. But stay tuned, that is really fun. I see something in the chat. Should I respond to a clarifying question or something? I can't see the questions, but I see there's something.
No, I said don't worry about answering it right now. I just was dropping them there and we'll come to them later, sorry.
Okay, just want to make sure if there's something clarifying, because I'm happy to stop. And I'm known to speak very fast. You would think that somebody learns over the years, but I am not learning, I speak fast. But that was a teaser on empathy. Then the other one, the previous speakers also mentioned, what is design thinking? It's about creativity. Right, so in this slide, there happens to be multiple different creativity methods mentioned, but that's another one that we are studying. Specifically what we did, so we collected all the creativity methods that we could find. Turns out there's many, so at some point we analyzed them and stopped looking at because we didn't find any new information. But what we started observing was that whenever you have a creativity method, they just kind of consist of these pieces. Right, so when you do brainstorming, for example, you have a facilitator, you have a team, you yell out ideas, you write them down, you build on others, and you suspend judgment, right? And it's a timed session. That's how that goes. If you do something else, if you do, trying to think methods that the users there would know, but there's something, for example, on using a ideation cards or mood board or any kind of stimulation, right? That would be then using a stimulus to help you come up with something. If you sit down and simply draw, that would be a visual modality, and you being as an individual, an open-ended ideation. So those are all these different pieces that you can start switching. So instead of alone be as a team, use a stimulus, don't use a stimulus. Use a different kind of stimulus. iterate, do something. So all these ideation methods end up just being these clusters of what we now call ideation mechanisms. Some of them have been studied really well. So people have studied using analogies in being creative, and they help to a certain degree. Incubation is very good, surprisingly unused in creativity methods, but just taking a break is very helpful. Those people who don't believe in ideation methods and say they get much better ideas in a shower or something, it's actually incubation what's going on. And that's how you're supposed to do. You're supposed to take that break and go somewhere, and then maybe the ideas come. Idea viewing style has been studied, different kinds of heuristics, or then priming to a certain direction. All these things have been studied. But like I said, we actually looked at, so we took all the methods we could find and we decomposed them into these things, what we call mechanisms. And we can divide, there's 25 of them total. We can divide them in two categories. The blue ones on the left are what we call implementation mechanisms. So those are sort of practical things as you run your idea generation session. So are you doing individually or team? Do you need pen and paper? It's a physical thing. What are you doing? How long is it going to take? And then any supporting tools or facilitator that you might need. Ones on the right are idea promoting mechanisms. Half of them are process related. So are you, iterating, or are you selecting ideas as part of your process? What are you doing? And then the other half, or maybe only a third, are idea sources. So those analogies, stimulation. What are you doing to help those ideas come? Here's some sort of close-up view of the idea promoting mechanisms. I have few of them written here, what they are. I was too busy if I'd done all of them, but so, and they're somewhat related also. And I will mention this too, that if you read about anything, these analogies, association, stimulation, all of those in literature, they get a little bit blended. People are a little loose on the definition, what they mean by an analogy, for example. Or if you misuse an analogy, you end up using it as an association, for example. But analogies means that it's an intentional analogy from one domain to another. Association is much more free. So it's not meant to be necessarily that way, like an analogy is, for example. Other things, classifying is something that few ideation methods have that. You pause and start classifying. Okay, right now I have electrical and mechanical ideas. Oh, maybe I should have chemical ideas as well. So kind of coming up with categories. That was maybe for energy source or something, right? We looked at how common these are. Stimulation, it was the most common one. This seems to be also common if you talk to people who are creative by nature or by training. If you ask them, how do you come up with ideas? They often say that, well, I look for inspiration somewhere, or I first collect a lot of material and then I use that to stimulate. So this ends up being common also there, which then brings me to this interesting question that I wonder if these mechanisms are sort of the fundamental mechanisms anyways. It's just we happen to find them from these methods, but they actually exist in your natural creative process. I don't know. But at least some of them, when I talk to colleagues who either, like I said, are either trained creative or are creative, they identify with them as well. But if we look at these, so there's few interesting ones. So stimulation is very common. Building on others is also common, kind of as team ideation is very common. So there's few very common ones. And like I mentioned, incubation has been studied a lot and it's very powerful in terms of helping you come up with ideas, but it doesn't exist in many ideation methods. So if you ever do run an ideation workshop anyway, make sure you take a break and continue the next day, at least after lunch. An interesting one is a classify combine pair. They're very similar. You take your previous ideas and classify them into groups, or do you take your previous ideas and combine and then use that information to start ideating more? Combining is pretty common in ideation methods and classifying is not. So this made us think, let's start comparing some of these mechanisms. Ideally, we would do all combinations and all of them in all kinds of situations, but that's a combinatorial problem. That ends up being huge. But here's a few examples. I apologize for kind of lazy slides here, but these are all sort of pre-post tests. So one means round one where there's no intervention, and then two means that that intervention was done. So in this case, it's classify. So without classifying, some novelty value, about 8. And then when you classify, it goes above 9. So clearly classifying helps. Same thing combining. No combining, then we combine, it goes up. I'm not going to get into how the orange bar, but there's a couple of different ways we look at what novelty is, but that improved as well. And in this study, classifying was slightly better than combine. So maybe, you know, if you typically combine in your ideation, different ideas into new ideas, try also classifying. In some cases, that might work better. Then we compared others. So building on others, which is easy to do in a team ideation, but you can also do nominal teams, so you're actually alone, but then there's some other means how you bring in those team ideas into it. Also works. So building on others, going from round 1 where there's no intervention to building on others, novelty increases. Then stimulation, we happen to use a Kipling method, which is sort of why, where, who types of questions as a stimulation. That also worked. So here nothing, and then using stimulation made you better. The difference between building on others and stimulation is not significant. So they performed equally in the particular test that we happen to do here. So that's kind of where we want people to go. So this was a very simple pairwise comparison of 2 different mechanisms, but it'd be really interesting to find out how they really work. Because so far what people tend to do, they argue over, is brainstorming better than 635, or maybe TRIZ is better than reverse brainstorming, or mind mapping wins over yet another method, and so on. So kind of looking at the fundamental mechanisms and really truly understanding those. The mechanisms that we have, they overlap really well with some of the cognitive mechanisms that people have found in psychology related to creativity. So ours are kind of those, but then augmented by these other things that come from just design practice that have been kind of coded into these ideation methods. I think I mentioned most things on this slide related to that. So that's what we really want. So we at this point again. So when I give talks, I tend to give talks like, where am I at right now? So right now we have identified these mechanisms, and we're kind of excited to start looking at and studying and understanding each mechanism on their own, and then together with others within a particular context for particular types of problems and so on. And then what I hinted at earlier also, I wonder if these are related to just creative processes overall. You know, so like even if you're not using a method, but it's just as a creative practice, maybe you end up using them, or maybe just the engineer in me who likes to find patterns and analyze everything. So I see these mechanisms also in very natural creative behavior. But that kind of brings me to what I hope is some sort of a discussion or Q&A at the end. So what do we still need to study here? This was my messy slide of the design thinking process that's just full of methods, and there's all kinds of things. So I only talked about empathy and creativity. There's a lot to study. I already, well, my colleague Scarlett and then others over there, they're studying also creativity, also concept selection, prototyping, really building this understanding, but there's so much work to do. Our field is kind of interesting that 10 years ago, 15 years ago, people were focused on developing these methods, but not testing or understanding them as much. It was more about kind of engineering a method and developing a method. And now the research is much more on understanding the fundamentals behind it. What is it that makes it work or doesn't make it work? And then using that to then guide design rather than just, hey, here's fun ideation cards I created. They work, by the way, nothing wrong with the ideation cards, but just the way the research is happening has turned much more rigorous. So lot to do in that. So with that, yeah, perfect. I was aiming for a half an hour to leave plenty of time for questions. So I'd be happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Yeah, I see a lot. Scarlett, you may want to lead that. Actually, I see a lot of question in the Q&A, and we had like some comments and some questions in the chat as well. How do you want to do that?
I'm happy to, I'll kind of pose it at you, Katja, and then if there's people who want to ask questions, you can unmute yourself once I kind of bring up your name. Again, as a reminder that if you unmute yourself, that this is being recorded, so you will be recorded. So if you don't feel comfortable, you also don't have to. Just putting that out there too. So DK, I think you're the first one who posed a question and put that out there. So do you want to unmute and ask your question?
Sure. I think I had two questions. I think the first one was, I have to look back in the chat. But yeah, so I was really interested with this sort of measurement, the sort of quantitative measurements you're able to do around the sort of empathy. And I was just curious if you were saying you were distinguishing between sort of designers and then sort of the user and their frame, and sort of the process that you have between sort of entering into that sort of point of view with the user and then sort of detaching back to have some distance in order to develop a solution. But I was just curious if you had, I mean, in a way, what's a designer in this case? And are designers equivalent? And if you have sort of thought about broadening that or any kind of comparative studies to find out if there's differences between not necessarily just maybe demographics of designers, so like their backgrounds, but I'm just thinking maybe also in terms of how they might have been trained or how they've experienced their identity formation as a designer, if that had an impact on their empathy.
Yes, yes to all of that. Let me try to remember to answer all of that. So excellent points. Right now we have so few that we don't have data on much. Culture we have information on already. So if you come from the same culture or have lived significantly long time in the same country or location as the user, you are significantly better. Your empathic accuracy is much higher than not. And actually, interestingly, even like a short, like a 1 week trip helps a little bit. You're still worse, but you're better than without that trip. But then, yeah, what is a designer? So we had to actually define what we mean by a designer, and we defined it. So right now it's just the person who does the user interview, but they have to have some sort of a training in user-centered interviews. At Aalto University, they end up being either from our industrial design or mechanical engineering that has product development, those programs, or then there's interdisciplinary programs that also deal with some sort of a design aspect. So they might have a technical or non-technical background. So it's more related to that, but we track that. So at some point when we have enough people, we have a lot. And then in our MRI, we actually have also like complete non-designers. So we also have, it's a campus of all kinds of people. So there's like physicists and things that we assume are non-design like, but we don't have enough of them to be able to say anything yet. But it's a little tricky doing some of the design tasks with non-designers because they don't quite understand what we are asking them to do. Or actually, let me rephrase that. We don't understand how to explain the tasks to them.
So yeah, it sort of introduces more uncertainties. And then maybe I'll just sneak this other question really quickly, if I can, Scarlett. Also, just the syncing with users, so super interesting, but maybe I'm being too impatient and have to wait for you to sort of fully develop the research, but do you have a sense if this is somehow cause or effect of the sort of empathic linkage, or sort of how to sort of understand that?
I'll tell you what they found in neuroscience, because they claim that it goes so that you first have that shared emotion that results you in understanding, developing this empathy, which then may or may not lead to an action. That's how it's understood in that one, and that's sort of what we're trying to test if that works as well.
Great. Thank you, DK, and thank you, Katja. I want to pass it over to Dan Lockton, who has a question for you as well.
Yeah, hi, Katja. It was really interesting, and kind of it's like fascinating to see your kind of, I guess, study of the sorts of methods that a lot of us as designers might be using with people without really having distinguished the categorizations, perhaps. What I wanted to ask you a bit was, how much do you think people who are, like you mentioned a little bit about the kind of fuzziness between some of the categories or some of the ways of thinking about it, and I just think back to workshops I've run where, like, what I assumed people were going to use, a card deck in a particular way, and they ended up using in a different way. Or I don't know, I could think of like there was a card deck that I worked on years ago where it was initially meant to be something a bit like Tris, right? So it was a highly structured thing that had a kind of, method for it. And then but actually in practice, most of the people who seemed to use it in workshops didn't really follow the structure. They used it almost as like a stimulation method. It was like they just picked things and said, that's interesting, let's use that. And I just wonder how much you kind of, like, I suppose first question is like, does that matter? And secondly, how do you find that people in these sessions are able to articulate the actual strategies they're using for coming up with ideas? Or is it more a sort of, well, I was surrounded by all these things and it came to me somehow? Because like, the reason for asking that last one, sorry, is just that there was a workshop I did once with some people from IDEO who said, yeah, your card deck was really useful, but I could see actually that they came up with the ideas independent of it pretty much. Like it was, maybe they were sort of in the room as ideas, but they were going to have those ideas anyway. And I just, yeah, that kind of question, like, can people articulate where they get ideas from, I guess?
Probably to some degree, but not perfectly. And like I said, so what you're describing is the kind of typical, so saying what I was saying with analogies, that they can do other things. So you're trying to use an analogy, but then it ends up creating an association in your head, or you end up just using as a stimulus because you don't quite fully understand what the analogy is. Like if you go to something that's too difficult for you to understand, you're probably not going to make the correct analogy. So I think similar thing happens. So then how do you study that? And then your question, does it matter? So that's what I kind of want to study too. Like, so if we know if it matters, then we can guide them like, hey, I know that you just want to play with the cards and use them as a stimulus, but science says, and then we explain the results, and then we kind of force them into however they were designed. Could also be the other way, that you as a designer have designed something that you think should be used one way, and maybe the user's way of using them is better. And I can relate to that. So the mechanisms, they are actually a puzzle, and I'm now regretting that I left it in my office, but they are these like wooden pieces that you can create your creativity method out of. And it's fascinating giving them to people and see how would you use it. And it's sometimes like we imagine, and often not at all. But these are the things you want to understand better.
Great, thank you, Katja. I'm going to throw it over to Darla Lindberg, who has a question/comment for you. So Darla, if you want to unmute yourself.
Just had to do that, yes. Yeah, it's more kind of a reflective thinking about it. I've sat on the architect selection committee on Penn State campus for, the last one was for the liberal arts college. They're building a new structure. And, often the firm will tout their experience with such, and they showcase, we've done X and Y and Z liberal arts buildings for other campuses. So my question or comment is looking at, I'd imagine that the closer you are to the client user group, the more empathetic that designer will be. And if you're a young designer and you're not really close to the conversations, maybe a senior designer is out talking to, doing the surveys or whatever. So that design hand might be a little removed from the context. And then depending on how an office is structured, they could be organized in studios where they develop an expertise in something like hospitals, schools, courthouses, university classrooms. So empathy aligning with expertise and knowledge, exposure, it's kind of, so it's more just reflecting on that.
No, all of that matters. And I'm losing the track of my thought, because you said something very interesting that I wanted to comment. Maybe it'll come back to me. I'll mention when that comes back to me. There's something about the well, I guess no, it's a personal, yeah. So we've had cases where it's demographics matter, but then it's also your kind of desire to understand the user, or then desire to show or express yourself as a designer. The latter is not necessarily related to user understanding, but can result in amazing things, right? Anyway, so there's an interesting one as well.
Thank you so much. So a couple of questions from our Q&A system. So how are you creating design thinking workshops in this multifaceted virtual world? I
practice something all the time, right? And then we change it around. Very difficult. We try to deliver these things and can be advertised, but I end up going to Miro board a lot because I found that ends up working for some of these collaborate, where you need to hear and have people participate at the same time in multiple different modalities. But I cannot wait for this distance thing to go away. We are currently also planning a design thinking workshop, and I feel very bad about it, but we'll make it work. I cannot answer that.
Yeah, we're using Miro boards in some of our first year design classes, and it's really fun to watch them like actively moving around the ideas on the Miro board when you can't be physically together. So that's a great resource.
No, but it does a lot of things. But like I'm teaching just in my class that I'm teaching creativity next week, and I'm normally extremely physical. Like we have this box of items, and we pull out things, and we have papers, and we act out things, and we blindfold ourselves and kind of experience the products in funky ways, and it's just so physical. And then, it's killing me. I'm turning into this virtual thing where we do mostly text-based ideation on Miro board, but some images as well. But still, it's just, we're losing so much. But physicality is one of the modalities on that mechanism board. And it's one of my favorite ones, and I'm losing it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can I intervene actually in here, Scarlett? Sorry, I'm taking away from one of the questions, but it made me think, and this is of a research that is conducted by our own librarian here. He studied, he looked at libraries and how the buildings invite curiosity. And I thought that was a fascinating take on, thinking how you're talking about methods or activities, right? But, if you were to map that onto architecture or the building environment, thinking how even the spaces you are in, right, could also take part into you getting inspired or more curious or more creative. This reminds me of some of in the industry. Actually, when I worked in the industry, we also had to work on what makes a workplace, very creative, or how a workplace can influence like exchange, collaboration, innovative ideas, and how do you actually design to change that? And I think there are some parallels between, and I see how you can take it from change the scale, right, of that product or the artifact that you're talking about, like to the building scale almost. That was my small intervention. It's not a question, sorry.
No, but I like that. I don't know if you noticed, but my favorite things from other fields, I love the scales thinking, what architects do, and I now teach that also in engineering. So whatever you do, you need to also think the one scale above and one scale below, what that means. That's just brilliant.
Great, thank you so much. What is the relationship between a person's ability to read nonverbal, like body language, and empathic ability?
We don't know yet. That's something that we're collecting information on how, because we have some people who are actually very articulate about that. When we ask, what is this user thinking? They actually go, well, their expression shows that they are doing this, so I think they are saying this. And in many cases, those people are very correct. So anecdotally, I think they are related, but I have no actual data on that.
Great, that's a good answer too. We don't know, but we can, and we hopefully will find out that relationship. Okay, I think last one, and then we'll do, and kind of how DK started the morning off, we'll give time to stretch. And then I think after this question, Yasmin or DK, if you want to jump on and give some directions on where people can go next. So have you researched how things like meditation or mindfulness changes design thinking and creativity? They said that they asked this because meditation and mindfulness are known to improve neuroplasticity of the brain.
So not in that way, now that you linked it to neuroplasticity, which is something that we could start then looking at. So not at all. Meditation ends up in hours, I think it's just under incubation, because walking in the forest would count as meditation and incubation. So in that way, we're not specifically studying, it's a form of incubation. And no, we're not studying at that brain level. But I've read those actually more in popular literature than in scientific literature. I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but it's something that might work and it sounds interesting, but I don't know anything more.
Well, thank you so much, Katya. We really appreciate you being here with us and providing us many things to think about and ponder and empathize with as we progress through the rest of the day. So DK and Yasmin,
my pleasure.
Do you guys want to say a few words?
I'm trying to stop sharing. So you guys, there you go. You can have your screen back.
Yes,
so thank you so much.
We're reaching the end of this journey. It's a lot of food for thought, and hopefully it'll influence the way you'll design.